decorating cakes today. Who's this little guy gonna be? I mean, it says it in the title. It's not a mystery. It looks like a baby penguin right now. But soon to not. I went ahead and assembled the first, couple layers of the cake. Because that part's boring and messy. So we're gonna start with the fun part. Hello, hello. When you get a chance, could you grab my phone off the charger? When you get a chance, can you grab my phone off the charger? I forgot to grab it. My bad. I need it so I can look at my pictures of my little dude. Yep, today we're gonna make a Resetti cake. He's a little mini cake and we're gonna do it mostly with buttercream, but with some fun additional decorative elements. So there'll be a little bit of fondant, a little bit of isomalt, and a little bit of white chocolate also, because there were some little elements to his design that I wanted to do with specific materials, but we'll see how he turns out. I think he'll be cute. I got my buttercreams all ready, so I'm pretty much ready to go. Just need this bad boy. Let me look at my picture. Like, I know what he looks like, but I just need something to keep staring at. So if you are unfamiliar with Animal Crossing, we're making a character from Animal Crossing. He's been like a staple character from the start, basically, and with the new update that came out for the latest game, he's kind of had a reappearance where he has a bigger role in this game again. So he's a little mole with a a mole with a hard hat on, and then this game he helps you do different like cleanup and reconstruction projects on your islands. So we're gonna make him into cake today because I thought that'd be fun. So like I said, we're gonna start with like a buttercream base for the cake, and then we're gonna... Hi Krista! Welcome to some cake decorating. We're about to get started on this little guy. It's gonna be Resetti from Animal Crossing, but you might have seen that in the title. But it should be a fun time. Oh, I'm making the old version of him where he doesn't have legs. He's just gonna be like popping up out of the ground like he used to do. Hi, the man. I'm good, Krista. How are you? I'm just getting started over here. Been like getting everything set up for a while, so I'm excited to get actually started on the decorating. There's always a lot of prep before I get started, so this is the fun part now. But yeah, I guess we'll get started. I'm going to start with the like brownish color on his head first, because then I will layer like the white for his t-shirt and then the blue for his overalls over that. So I think logically, I think it makes the most sense to start with the brown for his like skin tone, or fur tone rather. Yeah. So I got my piping bag set up down here. We're gonna jump into it. What's my hardest cake? Let's see. I had to do this really crazy like Beauty and the Beast themed tiered cake, and it had like one of those like invisible tiers that's not a tier, so we had to make this structure, and I had to make these really giant, they were like at least 2 feet tall fondant curtains, and those those are really tough because I hadn't done that before. So that, I don't know, that's probably the hardest cake for me. I don't know that that would have been the hardest cake for any cake decorator, but I had never done giant fondant curtains before, so it was a learning on the job process. At that bakery, sometimes that I was working at when I had to do that design, there wasn't always like training, and so they would get like designs and then be like, you can do this, right? But they've already like accepted the order. I'm like, well, I guess I'll figure it out. Okay. So that was pretty tricky. It was neat because the tier that wasn't like a cake, it was like an empty tier with supports, and then there was curtains covering the supports and stuff. And then we had put a it wasn't edible, but we put like a little glass dome with an edible rose inside. Yeah, we didn't make the dome edible. That would have been pretty excellent, but at that time, none of us were that skilled with like sugar. Like, I know you could do that feasibly. Like, someone who's really good with sugar could probably make a really awesome sugar dome, but that is not in my wheelhouse currently. That would be a cool skill to practice though, like do more things with sugar and chocolate specifically. But yeah, this is like a really nice buttercream. I've got it pretty soft, so it's kind of cold in my recording room, so like I want it to be nice and soft, so I have a lot of time to work with it. A picture on my phone. Oh yeah, I have a picture of Resetti on my phone over here, so I can look at his design while I'm working on him. Especially when it gets to his face details, I'll need that for like placement purposes. So yeah. And but also, if you meant like a picture on my phone of the Beauty and the Beast cake, I do think I have one. I could look that up later and see if I could pull that one up. The sad thing was, since that one was so tough, I had asked when the person delivered it if they could get like a nice picture of it, like with the party setup, because people are usually chill about that. They don't mind, like, and usually it's good, so that we're like, yeah, kind of like how people do for DoorDash and Uber Eats, where like your food's on your doorstep, it's like your cake made it to the table kind of thing. But the picture they got, it was backlit, so like it was in front of a window, which looked really pretty in person, I bet, but in the photo it was kind of like, oh man, you can't see all the details in this one. So it was fine, it's whatever. But yeah, I'll pull that one up. I don't think I posted it on my Instagram because the photo was kind of crummy, sadly. That's okay. What's my favorite thing to do? I really typically like kids' birthday cakes because they usually have a fun theme or like something they're really into. Wedding cakes are really fun too. Obviously there's more pressure involved, but I like doing like fun character cakes, and sometimes since they're kids and it's like you don't know what they're gonna be into, you just get like weird themes that you're like, huh, that's a fun thing to be into. I mean, mostly I would say like a lot of like, you know, cartoon characters and video game characters, but also for kids' birthdays you get like some cool generic ones where you can play around with the theme, or if they're just like, he likes dinosaurs, go crazy. That's kind of fun when you get to like make up the design yourself, which that's what I did up until recently. I had my own business in Virginia, like Northern Virginia, and I was doing custom cakes. So like all the cakes that I had were made to order. Like I didn't have a brick and mortar shop. Everything I made was out for delivery and everything was custom. So every week was different, making new designs and stuff. Okay, now that I got this kind of going, I'm gonna add his nose. And I don't want his nose to be too big because it needs to be, it's a little crooked, but that's okay. I'll fix that when I like smooth out the frosting. I need his nose not to be, you know, disproportionate to his face. So I think that's going to be key in making him actually look like himself. Do I have a kid? No, I have some nieces, but, oh, thanks. Hi, Raining Angels. And yeah, Krista, I don't currently have a kid, but I have several nieces, and I've gotten to make some birthday cakes for them. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. There we go. Alrighty. So I'm building up his nose, and then I'm gonna kind of like shave it down a little bit as I smooth him out. So there's his profile. It definitely needs to like come out a little further, but that's all right. All right. And we can add more as we go, basically. So here we go. Yeah, so on my Instagram page, that's basically everything I've done, like as my own business entity. And then there are some really cool cakes that I made before at like different bakeries, but I didn't like put those on my current Instagram because I don't know, I didn't own them or whatever. But yeah. Oh, Raining Angel. I am making Resetti from Animal Crossing. He's a character. He looks like a little mole and he has a hard hat. And there's like been an update to the game recently. I don't know if you like Animal Crossing or know anything about it, but there's been an update and he has like a significant part in the update where he's more like a main character again, kind of. His thing is you can go around your island and instead of like, if you're doing construction on your island, you would have to pick up all your trees and flowers first before you build something or before you like tinker with the layout of the island. Anyway, so he helps with that, so you don't have to pick up things one by one anymore. He comes and he's like, "Do you want me to clear up this area?" And you're like, "Yes." So he's a big time saver element, and I think a lot of the people who are really serious about Animal Crossing are like pretty excited about that update. There are some other updates too, but Resetti was always one of my favorite characters because in the old games he used to get mad at you. I love Animal Crossing too. But yeah, so if you know Animal Crossing, you probably remember when he used to get really mad at you when you would reset his game. Or reset your game, rather. So like, I feel like it's nice that he's all sweet and friendly now, but I did like it when he was all grumpy and crazy. Also, when he comes on screen, I feel like I was surprised by the like Bubbly's Animal Crossing language voice that they picked for him, because they picked like a higher pitch one. I was hoping they'd pick like a kind of low pitch sort of grumpy voice for him, but he's nice now. I mean, he says that when he reintroduces himself. He's like, "I've like chilled out a little bit since my old days." So it makes sense in the story, but I'm still just like, oh, I kind of like it when he was a grump. Also, he was pretty grumpy. Yeah. And you'd have to click through so much text when he was yelling at you. I'm like, wow, Nintendo, you made this one. I mean, it really did feel like a repercussion for breaking the rules of the game. If you reset your game, you had to talk to him for a long time. He would come and chew you out, basically. But, yeah. Also, the other funny thing, and I was like talking to a friend of mine, and when she pointed it out, I was like, oh yeah, you're so right, that's why. My friend was saying how she's like, it's weird that he has legs. And I was like, what do you mean? Oh, because now he's like a character that walks around on your island or your village or whatever, and but before he just popped out of the ground, so you just saw his upper half. So after she said that, I was like, yeah, he does have little stubby legs now that he didn't used to have, which is pretty funny. I mean, I guess it would be weird if he was just in the ground all the time in his new capacity. It wouldn't work out. But our version is going to be the old version. It's just going to be like his torso popping out of the ground. I'm going to put some chocolate cake crumbs around him for like the dirt or whatever after we finish his body. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about flavors. It is a chocolate cake, and then I did like a Oreo cookies and cream kind of buttercream in between the layers and on the outside. I did that off camera because, I don't know, it's kind of boring, so I'm just trying to stick to the fun parts of the cake. Bye, Raining Angel. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, cool. Thanks for subscribing. I hope to see you again sometime. I'm about to like firm up my streaming schedule, and so hopefully you can check back and see when I'm back home, and I'll hope to be here more regularly now. Yeah. But have a good night or day wherever you are. Alrighty. Yeah, so this is gonna be a little bit of the boring part, just getting his base smoothed out enough. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I do want it to be, you know, not having a bunch of streaks all over. I need to get some acetate. That's really helpful for smoothing out cakes and pastries that have like a curved edge to them, because you can bend it while you're smoothing, so I should do that. But these work for now. Also, I feel like the character models for Oh, hey! Hi, Savage Pancake. Welcome back. I've been good. I've been well. I streamed last night. I was making a like winter themed cake for a friend of mine. It was actually like a frozen themed cake, but I didn't add the frozen topper till after I got off stream, because whenever I'm working on like tiny details, I feel like that's not as fun to watch unless I shift the camera all over. Anyway, so I did that yesterday. That was really cool. We had a couple people come in and chat. And then, let's see. Oh, you saw the, the little Converse shoe. And then coming up, I need to do some stuff for Valentine's Day, so I'll probably do like little heart cakes coming up soon. I think that would be fun. Part of me wants to do just like little simple conversation heart cakes and then write different messages on it, but I feel like I should also do something more fun and decorative. Oh, tonight, oh yeah, you should be heading to sleep. Yeah, I bet it's getting late. It's like the middle of the day over here, but tonight I'm making Resetti from Animal Crossing. He's a little mole character who he's been in the series all along, but he's gotten reintroduced to the latest game. In the update, he has a more significant part right now. So I'm making him to kind of celebrate his resurgence into the game. Okay, let me pull up. I have like a little photo reference of him right here so I can check regularly, but my phone went to sleep. But just in case you're not familiar, this is what he looks like. He's a little mole with a hard hat. We're making like the older version of him. So I was just talking about how in the older version he doesn't have legs because he would always just pop up out of the ground. So that's the version that we're doing. So I'm gonna build out his body, give him his little shirt and overalls, and then I'm gonna put some crumpled up chocolate cake around him for like dirt. So it'll be kind of cute and like add another fun texture to the like to the whole design. Because I feel like that keeps cake designs interesting, you know? I mean, it looks really clean if you have something that's all, you know, all buttercream or all fondant. But it is fun when you incorporate different textures and mediums. So tonight, I'm going to use the cake crumbs as one additional design element. And then also, his hat, I made it out of white chocolate because I wanted it to be like shiny. And then I made his headlamp out of isomalt, so it'll look like translucent or transparent. So, oh, Wild World, yeah, he's so much friendlier in this version. I was just talking about that, how, I mean, it was really funny when he would come up and yell at you. His dialogue was always really great, even if it did take a long time to get through. But yeah, I didn't play Wild World. I played the GameCube version and I played the Wii version. So like City Folk and then the classic Animal Crossing. But I didn't play the DS version. I got like a DS version, or I got a DS later, like much later after that game had come out. So I never played that one, sadly. But I am liking the new one. I haven't played a ton recently, but I think I will now that the update's out because there's a lot of fun new stuff. And since Resetti's here, it's going to make redoing your island a lot easier. Because his main thing is like he helps you move stuff out of the way in a big group instead of having to like move things off your island one thing at a time, which is nice. And my storage is expanded so I can go buy more things. I was like all full up And so I was hard pressed to like go through and sort and get rid of stuff. And now I don't have to because I paid that old raccoon or tanuki. I paid that old tanuki the fee to expand my storage already. Okie dokie. Yeah, he is so mean. But not anymore. He's very gentle. He's like, yeah, I've chilled out a little bit since my old days. I'm like, oh man. I liked it when he was cantankerous. Okay, I think that is going to be nice and smooth for the brown layer. And then I will come back and tinker with it if I have to after I start building up the white layer of his t-shirt and the blue for his overalls. I just need to smooth out this little patch by his nose so that when I add the eyes on and like his little whiskers and eyebrows, he does have very nice eyebrows, you know, there'll be like a nice smooth texture under them to get started on. But it's buttercream, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's kind of charming, you know, its little imperfections. I'm glad buttercream is, you know, making a comeback. I mean, it's been going on for a while, but I feel like the fondant craze of the early 2000s and stuff, you know, buttercream was like on hiatus for a while. Yeah, I really love collecting stuff too. I've got all my fossils, but that's the only area of my museum that I've completed so far. I'm always getting ripped off with the Red's crazy discount art. It's a real crime. I know that's his whole deal, but like, come on, man. Fool me once, shame on me, or shame on you. But also fool me again, shame on you. Yeah, and I think the one I'm the second closest to finishing, oh, I got apron strings. Hello? Get off. What the hecky? Apron strings from my apron pocket. The one I'm next closest to, oh my gosh, yeah, that big storm's coming through everywhere. Yeah, don't stay up too late if you've got that stuff to do. And also, be careful if you're shoveling snow. Don't slip, and also don't do that thing where you give yourself a heart attack. You gotta like stretch and warm up before you start shoveling and all that. But if you live somewhere where it's snowing that much, you probably know all this. But yeah, if you're heading to bed, have a good night and good luck tomorrow with all the storm nonsense. I hope it's not like really bad. Like I hope people don't lose power and stuff. Okay. I need to start adding the white, but I think I will make kind of a smooth cut at the bottom of where the brown ends so that like it transitions nicely, and it'll give me a guide for what I'm working on as I apply the white frosting for his t-shirt. So yeah, I'm going to go around with my thing and make like a smooth cut. Oh no! Yeah, be careful out there. It's been, we didn't get like a ton of snow, but it's been in the teens lately this week, so it's a little icy, so I'm always trying to be careful about my shoe choice if I go out for a walk or something. Some days lately though, it's just been so cold, I'm like, I don't want to go outside if I don't have to. Yeah. But yeah, definitely get some sleep. I'll be around more often, so hopefully I'll see you again sometime. I'm getting a stream schedule set up. I'm thinking Monday my time, Monday morning my time, which would be US time in the evening, and then probably also like Friday morning my time, which would be Thursday US time. No, that's okay, I just got started, so you didn't really miss much. But I'm glad you were here, I'm glad you hopped on. Oh, I'm Chelsea. Or Chels. All my siblings call me Chels. But yeah, thanks so much for popping on, even if it was only for a little bit. It's fun to have someone to chit chat back and forth with. so I'm not just peeping into the void. Alrighty. Yes, I'm gonna go around this edge and make kind of a smooth transition by like cutting into the frosting and then tamping it down, sort of. And then we're gonna work on his t-shirt. I'm excited about his clothing details. I feel like that's always one of my favorite parts. And he's got cute little overalls, and I love overalls. Especially with fondant, making fondant clothing details is fun because I have this little stitching tool. It's like a rotary tool, a tiny rotary tool that has like a dotted or dashed line that you can roll across the fondant, and it makes it look like it has little stitch marks in it, which is fun. But also, like, if you're doing buttercream, it's fun to just like pipe little tiny consistent stitches. Thanks so much, Savage Pancake. Have a good night, and yeah, stay safe tomorrow. Stay warm tomorrow too. Yeah, I hope it's not too bad. Two of my sisters live in Texas, and they already got a little snow. My one sister Snapchatted me this morning, and they had like a dusting, but I'm pretty sure it's not over yet. I'm pretty sure there's more to come, so hopefully they are prepared. She's usually pretty good about that, you know, getting the house set up. They're more recent homeowners though, and I remember the first time it snowed or it got like real icy. I don't even think it snowed that much that year, but they had some pipe problems, like one of the external pipes. I'm pretty sure she dripped it and did everything you're supposed to do, like insulate it if they have those little styrofoam insulators and things like that, but they still had an issue. So I'm hoping that they and everybody else in those areas across the US are, you know, prepared for it and it's not too bad. I'm from Florida originally, so I still think that snow is very exciting, but I know it can be problematic, especially in areas where people aren't ready to handle it, you know? Like last year, Northwest Florida had one like really crazy snow day, like very unusual. I'm talking like, this is the most snow that's happened for, I don't know, 50 years or something. I can't remember how long it had been, but it was a long time. Yeah, here we go. So we got his top pretty much done, and now we're gonna go in and do the white base on his body for his shirt. And then, depending on what order we do things in, we might add like his straps and then add his arms, because his arms are gonna be kind of separate from him, but we'll see how that goes. Anyway, stop yapping and get to piping. I'm gonna switch to a thicker tip, and I'm gonna swap back to this one when I do the collar of his shirt. But for now, I just need to fill in some space. Kind of like when you're drawing, you want to use a big broad marker when you're filling in a lot of coloring space. And then when you go back for details, you want a nice thin liner marker. So it goes. What would he look like in the back? His overalls, I'm imagining they go crisscross. So I do need to fill in some of this. Yeah, okay. So I'll go down a little bit further for his overalls. And then make like the loop on the side where, like under his armpit, you would see more of his shirt exposed at that point. Okay. Nice thick layer of white buttercream. I should have like just enough, I think. I'm always trying to guesstimate and make, like, you don't want to have a bunch of leftovers. So it's nice if you can make just the right amount, but you don't want to catch yourself without, you know, enough buttercream to do the job. Which I was playing it a little close this time, but it's gonna be okay. I'm not worried about it. Okay, and I'm gonna save the rest of this to do like his sleeves and collar. So also I'm gonna be like swiping a bit of this away. So there should be enough to finish his little details. But yes, I have a bowl off to the side so I can scrape the excess. Oh no, man down. I'll just knock something over, it's okay. Okay, starting back with a little scraper and my palette knife or spatula or whatever you want to call it. I just gotta smooth this out. Let's see. And so lately this has been a fun new challenge streaming because I've been trying to pick the designs where I can do everything all in one go, which isn't typical for how I decorate cakes usually. Like usually there's downtime where like I'll do a part of a cake and then chill it, or I will, you know, make stuff ahead of time, like fondant pieces that have to dry. So it's been an interesting challenge to pick designs that I can do, you know, all within 2 or 3 hours or however long it takes me to finish them. But it's kind of fun in that way too. It's like another layer to the challenge. But it also helps me narrow down my ideas for a stream, which is helpful because when you're faced with a lot of possibility, sometimes that can be overwhelming for making decisions, or at least personally. That's probably not true of everybody, but personal experience, I would say that's true for me. Here we go, smoothing it. And I think this will also be good because eventually, once I'm settled in somewhere where I can offer this, I want to do little cake decorating experiences. Not exactly a class, but kind of a thing where like within a small group, we pick a design and everybody does it all together. So something like this is perfect for that because in the same vein, you want to pick a design that somebody can create and complete within just a set number of hours. So like buttercream designs are good, plus fondant is tough, but picking the right kind of buttercream design, like this one's gonna have some layering involved. So making sure that those parts are, you know, simple enough to achieve all at one time without chilling and then starting over again. Or not starting over again, but continuing. So there's like this little lip where the 2 colors meet. I am gonna pipe a collar for his shirt, but I want it to be like as neat and crisp of a division as possible, which typically this would be where I would like pipe this, make a clean edge, and then chill it so that this part is firm and this part is chilled. I mean, this part is room temperature, and so if I go to like scrape away at this, it would just leave like a really nice crisp line instead of blending together, which is happening a little bit, but it's not bad enough to mess up the design, you know. And spinny, spinny, spinny. I've been wanting to do some pottery, which I feel like there's a lot of similarities from like throwing on a wheel to decorating on a turntable. I feel like there could be some transferable skills. I haven't thrown on a wheel since like high school though. That's like a long time, which is fine. But there's like an art center sort of near me where you can throw for like a reasonable price, which is nice because just getting back into it, it's not like a hobby I want to sink a lot of money into just to, you know, just to play around a little bit. So it's always nice when there's community spaces like that. Like, it's always a good idea if you want to, especially if you live in a bigger city, if you want to get into a new hobby, to check out like your local library and stuff. Because, I mean, just listening to different people online, sometimes your library or community center will have you know, equipment or tools that you can rent out. So like if you're testing something out for the first time or you only need them for a short period of time, you can, you know, borrow it instead of like buying all the stuff to try a new hobby that you're not even sure about. Like, I forget what I was listening to. I think it was a podcast, but someone was saying that their library even had a cake pan library. I'm pretty sure it was a library, not a community center, but they had like a library of cake pans that you could check out. And it, like, somebody had donated them, like their mom or grandma had been a baker, and they had all these like novelty pans. Like Wilton is like a cake decorating company, and they have a bunch of novelty shaped pans. So like for people who just want to bake a shape without carving and stuff. And so this person donated them. Okay, oh, we gotta swap the battery. So if it, you know, goes black or it freezes for a second, that's all I'm doing right now is getting the battery swapped out. I usually have like an hour-ish worth of time per battery, which is nice. And we should be back on with minimal interruptions. Thank you. But yeah, so I don't know, I think stuff like that's cool. My dad's a really crafty guy, and he's found a lot of neat resources through his library. Like they have like a 3D printer you can use and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know, I just think it's nice that there's things like that that exist. All that to say, I've been planning on getting into doing some pottery for a while, and I need to just do it. Oh, one thing I want to do that I've seen people do online is like you throw sort of a cylindrical vessel, or you can hand build it, like do a coil build, like where you just make layers of the clay and build them up, and then you blend out the seams. And then the fun part comes in. Like it's usually shaped like a little jar with a lid or something. But then if you take really softened clay on the side, you can make it the consistency of frosting and then actually put it in a piping bag and pipe details onto your pottery, which is so cool. So I feel like that would be really fun to play around with. Even if I wasn't making like a cake shaped object, is something, even if I wasn't making like a cake shaped object, I feel like it'd be neat to see what I could do with, you know, a transferable skill like that. Okay, his shirt looks pretty smooth. I'm gonna go around it one more time. And then start adding the collar up top and adding his overall details over the top of the shirt, because he has little blue overalls on. Making Resetti from Animal Crossing, if you're just joining us. And if you don't know who he is, he's a little mole with overalls and a construction hat, and he pops up in the game Animal Crossing. But yeah, so looks pretty good. Also, when I was like taking away the frosting, I feel like I kind of evened out his nose a little bit, which is good. And yeah, so as far as the layers go, since his straps kind of come over the top of his shirt, I am going to do the collar now and then do the overalls, which makes sense. That's how he would be in real life too. Part of me wants to just roll out a fondant ribbon, but the color's going to match better if I just do it out of the same buttercream. But I gotta have a steady hand, which is tricky sometimes. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. I guess I'll start at the back. So it's always good to line up your seams where you can hide them or where they won't be seen. So I'm gonna put it right where the overall strap would come over, I guess. And then I'm gonna try to just pipe one smooth, continuous line around his whole body. But we're gonna freeze for 1 second to swap the batteries. I think one of the batteries didn't get charged, and we just found that out. But that's okay, because we are about to be good with a new battery, I think. Cool. Yeah, we're back on. Hopefully it's not also a dying battery. Okay, cool. My bad. I forget to charge things sometimes. It's just crucial. Okay, so starting here, try to put it where you can see it. I want to make one smooth, continuous line. Also, if I hate it, I reserve the right to scrape it off, and then I am going to do it in fondant because I can just cut a nice line and lay it around. So, drum roll, please. I always have to hold my breath when I pipe details, so I'm not like, I don't know. Not always, but it is helpful. Okay, we want to maintain a consistent different distance from the cake with the edge of the piping tip so that it's consistent in the width of the frosting that comes out. So here we go. And it's nice because the distinction between the two colors is going to serve as my guide. So yeah, it's pretty even all the way around. So if I just follow that line, it won't look too wobbly or weird. All right, here we go. Enough chatter. Let's get at her. Pitter patter, let's get at her. Okay, I did end up kind of holding my breath and stop talking. I need to focus. It's important. Little man's fit is on the line. Ooh, okay, so we faltered a smidgen in the back, but that's okay, because it's the back. Nobody needs to know what's going on back here except for me. So yeah, we got a nice even line piped for his collar of his shirt. Now it's time for overalls. I have some blue buttercream. I'm also gonna have to make, if they're to scale, I can make his straps out of buttercream also, but we might do, one moment please. God, frosting. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, I might do his straps out of fondant instead, so I can get like a nice crisp line on them. Alrighty. So his overalls in the front kind of come up with the bib shape, almost, well, like, yeah, almost exactly like my apron, so that's cool. And yeah, we'll just do that. This one I'm not worried if it's raised because it doesn't need to like be the same texture as, or the same depth as the his body. That's okay if it's not. Also, if you're just joining us, I'm going to make the version of him where he's popping out of the ground. So like after I'm finished with the base of his body, I'm gonna crumble up some chocolate cake around him like dirt, so he's just like popped out of his burrow, so, or tunnels and stuff. So that'll be fun and cute and exciting. For me anyway, I don't know about you. Yeah. So I'm gonna make one smooth line at the bottom, and then start building up the sides. Here we go. Don't go to sleep, phone. If I'm awake, you gotta be awake. Okay. How do I do this? I'm gonna use this one for like the big space. His head is kind of looking like this, a smidgen. That's okay. And then I'll go back in and sort of make that outline neater with a smaller tip if I have to. That looks pretty good. A nice kind of, there we go, you can see it now. A nice, just generally, I don't know, trapezoidal shape. And then, yeah, I'll go back and make the outline more crisp and angular if I need to. Yeah, plus it needs to come up a little bit higher on his chest because there's like only a small strip of his t-shirt showing out of the top. So that's what we're going for. Bam, I could turn down the brightness, I guess, on my phone so it doesn't want to leave me so soon. Okay, and okay, let's get to it. I need to make like a kind of swooping motion on the sides where it like dips down to the waistband level. So that's what I'm gonna do now. And then the back will kind of come up in a, I don't know if I want them to crisscross or just go straight over the shoulders. Probably just go straight over the shoulders. That'll kind of help me out. So swoop down and back up with a flourish for no reason. Okay, and same thing on this side. Swoop down and back up. Tight. Yo, Resetti, where'd you get these overalls? Looking nice. Looking ready for activities. I don't think you're ready for this, Resetti. I don't think you're ready for this, Resetti. I need a round tip for my blue bag. I want a kind of thick one. These make a lot of noise on mic, but that's okay for 5 seconds. Here we go. This one, I'm using a number 5. I wish I had a number 8, but I don't think I have one right now. That's okay. And I need the ring for the coupler. So the coupler is the little white piece that you put down inside of a piping bag. You see? Yeah. It's like the white piece you put down inside of a piping bag. That way you put a tip on the outside, and then you can screw, well, there you go. You can screw a ring on like this, and then you can swap tips for the same colored bag, which is really handy, because if you didn't have the coupler, once you put the tip down in the bag, you can't like take it out and put it back in because all the frosting's in there. So yeah, there we go. Now for the front, I'm just gonna sharpen up those edges basically and make this kind of come up higher on his chest. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna do the straight line across first, and I'll turn it so you can see the side of it. One moment. Get you where you can see what I'm doing. Oops. That was a little squiggly. That's okay. There you go. Okay, so that's like the top of his bib. I'm gonna go in and fix it a smidgen. Rats. I should have started lower in case that happened. It's okay. Shoop, doop, doop, doop. There we go. The Able sisters would be proud. I always forget which one is Mabel and which one. I think Sable's the one that sits at the sewing machine on Animal Crossing. And then you got Label. No, I'm pretty sure you say LaBelle. Their super fancy high class sister. Or cousin? I don't know. There's a family resemblance though, that's for sure. Those cute little hedgehoggies. That was one of my favorite little quests. Is like talking to the seamstress every day until she gives you the patterns, and I'm like, yes, we're friends now. Also, I get cool new clothes. Hooray. Oh, you know what I didn't make? He carries a little pickaxe. I should have made that. It might be time to make it, but for it to be a rigid... Oh no, we had a blowout on buttercream. That's okay. Carry on. No worries. Okay, so we have a good covering of blue buttercream. And we're gonna smooth this all out. And then do some details. Like his little straps and his little stitches. The fun part. The exciting part. Okay, and then shoot. Okay, go back in with this one. And starting at the edge, like I don't wanna press down too much on the edge because I wanna preserve the line that's sort of already there. And then wipe and start smoothing it out. You see, it started getting smoother. That's nice. Oh yeah, that's nice. Okay. And I have my little breaking the mold off screen so I can put my excess frosting. And then I can put it back in my piping bag if I need it. Which I probably will. Because I think I do want to pipe his straps on. They would be easier to make them look, you know, nice and crisp and consistent if I did it in fondant. But guess what? You also have to match the color. And color matching between fondant and buttercream can be tricky. I do have some colors mixed up already, but I would definitely have to adjust it. I think the blues that I have mixed up right now, just in case, are like closer to sky blue, so I just have to like make some color adjustments, which isn't the end of the world. It is frustrating though, like when you're making a big cake and it's all the same color, and you're almost done, and then you run out of frosting. Color matching is tricky. It's not like the end of the world, but it's like, why didn't I just make a little bit more frosting? But I've gotten better at that, like estimating how much I'm gonna need of things. Amounts and so on. So, I'm really liking this blue color. It's a nice denim. It's not like fully royal blue because I did mix like a little pink and purple in there to give it a more, I don't know, rosy, well-rounded color. Like I didn't just want it to be like royal blue erring on the side of green. I really wanted it to be kind of a soft color. Yo, smooth that belly out, boy. There you go. His heft, his girth. He's a nice round sort of gumdrop shape. But like maybe a little more conical. He definitely has a bit of a cone head going on. Oh, speaking of which, you might be wondering why he doesn't have, like it didn't round out the top of his hat, or the top of his head rather, his dome piece. I made those out of white chocolate, so it's already like a nice rounded shape because I poured it into a little half circle mold. And I'm glad I made 2 different sizes because I made one smaller size thinking like, oh yeah, once I add the frosting, that's about how big it will be. But now that I've added the frosting, I'm like, yes, I'm glad I made a backup larger size. We'll see how they both look though. I'll try the small one first because that's the one I have handy. The other one is chilling in the fridge right now. Boop. Overall, it's coming along nicely. The overalls are coming along nicely, but overall, he's also coming along nicely. Swoop. Yeah, so now I'm just smoothing out the side. I'm not too worried about the bottom because like I said, I'm gonna crumble up some cake around him like dirt. So if I'm not worried about it, you don't worry about it. Nobody's gonna know, except for you and me, that there's a little gap under his belly. Alrighty. Yep, so just getting a nice smooth finish before the buttercream has a chance to set up too much. Ooh, that's nice. That's quite nice and smooth. Look at that sheen. The big lights make it look all glossy. Okay, the back needs a little bit of work, but also it's the back, so we're not gonna stress about the back. I was laughing because my sister-in-law, I guess technically, she was talking about how she and my brother have 2 daughters, and one of them, my niece, she was talking about like she was doing her hair before she left the house for school or something, I think, and she had curled it and stuff, and the front of it, the sides of it looked really good, really nice, and then she was getting ready to leave, and my sister-in-law was like, oh, do you want me to get the back? It looks like you missed a little bit. And she was like, oh, no, the back of my head's none of my business. I'm like, that's an excellent attitude to have. Like, don't worry too much about it. You're not gonna see it. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was funny. The back of my head's none of my business. But yeah, for real. Also, curling your hair takes a lot of time. So like, I relate. It's like, nope, we're done. We did the most important part. Just like hug the wall. Nobody will see the back. If they do, who cares? It'll be like in Little Women after Jo burns her dress. Like, she stands too close to the fire evidently all the time, and she scorches the back of her dress. So like, she and all her sisters go to a dance, and she's hugging the wall. She's not getting out on the dance floor until some young gentleman inquires. Anyway, yeah, so she was hugging the wall so nobody could see like where her dress was burnt. Also, the other upside to me, I hate it when I get like little stray bits of schmutz on the cake board. It's fine because usually I would wipe it down, but I'm not even gonna worry about it because I'm gonna put cake crumbs down there intentionally after we're done. So it's like perfect. It's like no worries. Especially if you're using these little cardboard circles. This one doesn't have like that grease-proof kind of covering. It's just like a paper top, and those usually show, you know, streaks and stuff pretty easily, which isn't a problem, especially if you're going to cover the board in fondant, which gives it a nice polished look. But yeah, if the board's going to be showing, it's nice to have it looking crisp and clean and not smudgy. Okay, I think overalls are done, and I might go back and type an outline on top of it once we do his straps. But, oh, he also has a little pocket. I think I should have enough glue for all that actually, so that's good. Here we go. Oh, okay. Apparently I'm talking a little quietly. I'll try to turn it up a little bit. All right. Overall straps. Yeah, I think we'll do that first and then move on to the outline. We're making Resetti from Animal Crossing. He's gonna be so cute. Okay, I need to put a different tip. So this one's a round tip, but I have little flat tips so that when you pipe, it's more like a strip or a ribbon shape. So I just need to find an appropriately sized one. I have several. I just gotta locate it real quick. Actually, I think it's in my other little container over here. Don't need these sprinkles. Here we go. These ones. Let's see which one would be the appropriate thickness. We got this one, which I think is coming off a little thin. It's like maybe a 1/2 inch. I'm gonna go to the biggest one. Well, not the biggest one, have like a really big one, but that would obviously be crazy. Okay. Yeah, I think this one will do. It's a Wilton, or no, actually it's an Ateco brand. Number 48. So it's got like teeth on one side and then it's flat on the other side. So it's, you can do like a basket weave with it, which is cute. And we'll probably pipe each strap in 2 pieces because it's going to be kind of hard to do one continuous like curved shape motion, but that's okay. I can kind of like blend the seam a little bit. I wonder, I should probably build his the cap of his sleeve up first though, because it needs to lay over that, because like his shoulders come out and then yeah. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to swap back to the white bag and then yeah, move on from there. So I just need to build a little frosting lob up. I need to grab a little extra frosting because this is getting down to the bottom, and I have like a smidgen of left over here. Ooh. Crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. Sorry. No worries, it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna scoop some white frosting for his sleeves. Where does the British king keep all his armies? In his sleeves. Dumb. But I love it. Alright. that about does it. I think that's a wrap on my white frosting, so hopefully it's enough for his little shoulders. We will see. About to find out together. All right. Okay, so just gonna pipe a little lump over here and then smooth it out. So let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. To nobody in particular, yeah. Okay. Oops. I need to like mix this back up because it's been sitting for a second. Okay. So it has, there we go. The stuff that I just added was kind of, the buttercream that I just added to the bag was a little different temperature from what was in the bag, and I need it to be consistent or else, I don't know, it'll just come out funny. So I am going to take that extra second and mix it back up because I think that'll be better in the long run. Oh yeah, that's much better. Now it's all kind of all homogeneous. There we go. Okay, come here, piping bag. Let's see. It looks all, I've been manhandling it. It looks a little worse for wear. And now, scoop. And it should be just enough for his sleeves. And we'll let those kind of sit and chill. And we also have enough of his fur color so we can pipe in his arms as well. So that'd be cool. But yeah, the last time I played Animal Crossing, like for a decent amount of time, was last October. So there's still like a bunch of Halloween stuff set up on my island. Except for like 3 years ago, I did like the main largest room in my house. I did it like Valentine's Day colors, but it's like a little diner. So we got Halloween on the streets, and then we got Valentine's Day in my house. Alrighty, I just unlocked the function where you can do from your job on the island. I just unlocked the function where you can make like columns and partitions, so that will open up some fun new possibilities. So I'm going to make his arm right here. It's going to be rounded on the top and then have like a kind of abrupt you know, an abrupt edge at the bottom, so it looks like a little sleeve. Okay, and so that's what it looks like right now. I'm just gonna make it a little bit bigger. Let me see you, my guy. Yeah, make it a little bit bigger. And then we'll do the other side to match. So cool. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, it's tussled, but we will fix that for sure. Okay, and trying to make sure he's like evenly spaced so he doesn't have hunchy shoulders, bad posture. Oh, posture check, unless you're in bed. But yeah, posture check, no slouching. I do be slouching a lot, especially when I'm like making fondant figurines. They get all like mealy. And then I'm like, why does my back hurt? I don't know. So there is this one, it's just like music to study to, and there was also like an ASMR artist who did a video, and then like every once in a while she's like, posture check, and I was like, cool. So like if you're listening to that while you're working at the computer or something, you're like, oh yeah, right. I don't know, I just gradually slip into it. Like, and I don't realize it because I'm so like intent on whatever it is I'm doing. Okay, so now that we have these general shapes, we're gonna smooth them out, and then we're gonna lay the overalls over the top of them. And again, this is like a section of the cake where it would be nice if I could just go pop this into the fridge in between, but that would be kind of boring because then what would you and I be doing? Just waiting, twiddling our thumbs. I guess I could do that and then like make his pickaxe while we wait. Because if he wants to have a pickaxe, I need to make it now and give it some time to dry. Normally, I mean, there are things you can do to like speed up the drying time on your fondant figures and fondant decorations. Or else you just have to make them ahead of time and give them time to dry. Okay, so I'm really just worried about the top of his shoulder right now. I'm going to fix the bottom when I come back and pipe in his arm. So, here we go. Just one little swoop. Yeah. And the shoulder. The shoulder is a little chunkier than the other one. Maybe he's right-handed. Maybe this is his dominant arm. No, that's okay. We'll smooth it out as we go. His face is going to be fun to do because he has little whiskers and eyebrows and stuff. That'd be cute. Alrighty. But yeah, here we go. I had some coffee earlier. And it was really good. The lady at the coffee shop had like a little puzzle, like a brain teaser puzzle on the counter. Just trying my hand at. It was like one of those ones where it's like two little metal rings, like in a loop, and then you try to separate them somehow by, you know, kind of twisting them at the right angle. I've never done those correctly before. But I'm also like, I don't watch a video on how people do it. It's boring. But yeah, anyway, so I didn't get it. But she was really nice. Had a nice hot latte. Yeah, but for buttercream guys like this, there's some other designs I've done. One on the Instagram was somebody ordered a custom buttercream squishmallow cake, which was really cute. They had, I don't remember like the name of the character because I know they all have names, but it was a little strawberry boba looking character. So it had like little, it was like round and then had like little strawberries all over it at the bottom kind of. And then it had like a straw coming out of its head and a cute little smile. But that was really cute. And I did that one all in buttercream, except for, I'm pretty sure I made the strawberries ahead of time and then just stuck them onto the buttercream. But yeah. Okay, there's his sleeves. We're gonna like sharpen up the bottom of them once we add his arms coming down. We can pick up our, let's see, yeah, we can go back to blue now and we'll do our overall straps. Yeah. I used to be big into overalls when I was little. I think everybody in the 90s was, whether they wanted to be or not. In particular, we had a purple pair. I guess overalls or dungarees or coveralls or whatever you like to call them. We had a purple pair that was in the hand-me-down lineup for a good long while. It paired very well with this goofy little cat sweatshirt. Okay, so I'm gonna come over the shoulders with his little straps. And I'm gonna do one stroke facing forward and then one stroke on the back because I just think that's gonna go smoother than trying to do it all in one. So I'll do half and half and then smooth it out. So, cool. And his kind of, instead of being kind of like, since he doesn't, his shoulders kind of go like this. So his overalls kind of come in at an angle instead of going directly, like kind of parallel over the shoulders. So that's how we're gonna do it. And here we go. All right, start right here. Do I want to start here or here? I think I want to start at the front so I have a clean sort of separation. Let's get some separation. Okay. Go. So starting at the bib, just coming to the top of the shoulder. Let me see if you can see a little bit at least. I still gotta see what I'm doing, but it could be angled towards you. You gotta apply even pressure and then keep moving at a constant rate so your strand doesn't break. All right. Cute. He's coming together already. I think you're ready for this Resetti. Okay, let's stop saying that now. And we'll do the same thing on this side. Placement is everything. Make sure he's somewhat symmetrical at least. Can't do him dirty. And come here. Okay, and now I'll do the back facing you so that you can see it, but I want the front to look really nice. But this way you can see the process, but I won't be so sad if it looks funky because I'm like doing it at a weird angle. Okay, let's go like straight from the top to here. He's kind of, yeah, I need to fill in this side a smidgen so that it's more even. And I realized he was a little crooked back here. Like now that the arms are on, it looks a little more apparent. But that's okay, we can adjust as we're going. There's no rules. What does Bob Ross say? There are no limits here. Start out by believing here. Okay. Looking good. Okay, Resetti. Get these overalls finished. Okay, let's see. Can you see? So yeah, so I'm gonna just continue that all the way to the back to where it connects with the bib. Thanks, Caillou. Also, hi, journalistic somebody. I don't know what that address is, so. Yeah, I kind of thought since they were posting a link, I figured it was just a rando. Yeah. I need to get some active mods. But yeah, thanks. I'm really excited with how he's coming out. He's like a nice, smooth kind of shape. So I was like, I figured I could do it all in buttercream. But yeah. I also have his little hat. It's ready to pop on top. So that'll be like one of his finishing touches. I made that part out of modeling chocolate. It's a nice, pleasing yellow color. Yeah, and then we'll add his face details after we finish his clothes. I'm excited. He's such a cute character model. Okay, I keep tiptoeing around the issue. I need to just do it. Okay, let's do it. Alright, try to make sure that this connects nicely. And we can smooth out the seam if we want, but also, you know, clothes have seams. So I'm not too pressed about it. There, touch down. Not bad. It's a little wobbly, but I can live with that. Okay, same thing on this side. Hopefully you can see better this time. I know my big old ham hands get in the way sometime, but I tried to do it at a nice angle. Okay, same thing, match up the ends up top, and then just continue on to the back. Slow and steady, but consistent. Okay, now let's see if they matched up. They're a little off, but that's okay. I'm gonna kind of just touch it up slightly without doing too much because I don't want to do too much and then goof it up. Get out of the way. There we go, tuck that in. But yeah, looks pretty good. Perfect. And same thing on this one. I'm gonna add a little bit because it was a little kind of too thin at the very end. There we go. Nice. All right, so we got his straps on. There is like a little bump here where the seam meets, and I'll smooth that out. But for now, pretty happy with that. And I'm gonna pipe on his pocket now because he has a little breast pocket, and if there's enough frosting, I'll also do like the indication of where the waist seam is. It might not be super visible though, so I'm not gonna be too pressed about it. I am going to focus on the pocket, and then I'm gonna get the white bag out, and we might do some like little tiny stitching details on his clothes because I feel like that will kind of really tie it together. Like it'd be fine without it, but it's those little details that are kind of makes the clothing look nice. So the pocket has like a straight line across, and then it's curved at the bottom. So this is like the little reference I'm going off of right here. Sorry, my phone brightness is down, but there he is. That's better, I think you can see. Yeah, so do his pocket now. Let's see, turn it this way a little bit so we can both see. I'll just make one. Like that. And then I'll make a curved line at the bottom. Not bad. And then curved line underneath it. And I'll smooth out the seam again. Okay, there we go. Oh, right. Could ban the other commenter. Here we go. And then I'm going to use my little smoothing tool. It still has blue frosting on the last time from when I was smoothing his body out. And we'll smooth the pocket out like this. Maybe just one continuous motion that way, and then one the opposite direction. But I should clean off the edge first to get a nice crisp pass at it. There we go. Also, Resetti is chocolate inside, so I'm actually going to eat this cake. I don't usually eat a lot of cake, but I do like chocolate. It's not that I don't like cake, but you know, if you're making the same kinds of cakes over and over, you get sick of them. So I still very much think that my recipes are good. I just, you know, you can get burnt out on too much of a good thing. There you go. Smooth his pockets edges out. What has he got in his pockets is probably a bunch of hardware. Dirt. I don't know, he has a hard hat on. He's probably got construction tools in his pocket. A tape measure, perchance. There you go. Nice. A little bib pocket. And I can like go around and outline it if, yeah, I think we'll add an outline to all the features, so that'll look nice. It'll have like a crisp looking finish to it all. Okay, so I'm just gonna smooth out these seams really quick in the back where the pieces were separated, and then move on to the next bit, because he is going swimmingly. Okay, and not bad. Oh, right, I could do that from here, huh? I forgot I have my, like, stream elements over here. Okay, yesterday I had, like, a little bit of a different setup. I had, I've been tweaking it, you know. I think I mentioned that before, since I just started streaming. I've been tweaking the setup a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna outline his pocket so that it has, like, a nice edge to it. And then we're gonna do some stitching details, because that's my favorite part. I need my teeniest, tiniest tip, or at least like a number 2. The smallest tip I've seen is like a 00, and it was minuscule. Like, good luck. Good luck piping if you didn't sift your sugar a zillion times, because even if like an undissolved granule of sugar got stuck in there, you're toast. That was also a challenge with there is a piping tip, and it has a bunch of holes in it so that you can do like a spaghetti texture or a grass or shaggy hair texture. So it's like called a grass tip typically. Those are such a pain to work with. At this one bakery I worked at, usually it wasn't a problem, but certain people, I was just doing decorating at the time, and certain people would be mixing, doing all the baking and the buttercream, and sometimes somebody would slack on the sifting, and you always knew, because when you got your grass tip out, because it has such tiny holes, you'd be like, no, my tip's clogging up, they didn't sift the sugar. Wow. Sorry, that's a little extra, but yeah. There we go. It's gonna be really cute, I think. Also, since the cake I did yesterday on stream was for like a customer. It was a friend of mine, but it was going to a recipient. But this guy, since he's just for me today, we could actually cut him on stream, and I don't know, that's always a fun reveal. I outlined his pocket, so that looks nice. And then let's move on to we'll do some stitching with the last little bit of white frosting. Get these sprinkles out of the way. I was really excited. I popped over to this little dollar type store near me earlier in the week. And I think maybe because of Valentine's Day, people do a lot of baking here around Valentine's Day. They had a much wider selection of sprinkles available. So I picked out a couple of fun packets, which I'm excited about. They had hearts. They also had little letter sprinkles, so that'll be fun to do, like a design specifically with that in mind. I had a fun idea for stream one night that I think I'll save those for. So more on that later. Okay, this is the smallest one I have. This is a number 1 tip, but it's the smallest one I have right now, so that's gonna be good. And also, I think even if I did use the 00 tip, I don't think it would show up very well on camera, so there'd be kind of no point anyway. So we'll do some stitching around the pocket and maybe on the straps or something. We'll see how it looks first, because it is a little thick. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Okay, get a nice grip on it so I can just kind of whip it out. And tuck that all into the palm, so it's not flopping around all crazy. So I'll go this way towards you, so hopefully you can see as it comes. So yeah, we'll just do a little dotted line. Ooh, I just like shoved the whole cake board, but that's okay. There you go. Little stitching details on his pocket. Cute. I'm just gonna go around the bottom super quick, and then we'll move on to something else, because that will take some time. It's definitely easier when I'm doing it facing towards me, but that's not as fun if you're a viewer, obviously. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know what to do with my island now. I feel like I have a lot of potential because of the new updates. I haven't started the hotel update yet. I popped over there and like did the dialogue, and then I was like, ooh, let me buy this snow globe because I had some of the hotel cash to spend after doing the item building for the requested items near Captain's dock. But the grandma, the little Kappa grandma, she was like, sorry, I can't help you with this right now. We're like doing like basically like, hey, go build a room first before you try to buy my items. I'm like, yes, ma'am. But anyway, I haven't done it yet. See, it's just a little detail, but it really adds something to him, especially since his character model overall is pretty simple. So like, it's fun to add in little fun stuff like that. We'll do like his waistband too with a little stitching, and then we'll move on because I think that'll be enough to give the indication. And we have to, oh, this will be fun. We have to make the little brackets. I don't know what you call them. Like the buttons and the clippy things on his overalls, like where the hook is. What do you call that? It's not a bracket. Okay, now I need to pull out my tips again. I do need that smaller rectangle shaped one. For his waistband. I think this one will do nicely. Actually, this one's really flat. That's kind of the one I want. So we'll try this one. Okay, put these away. There we go. And do this really quick on the back. Oh, come back. My phone went to sleep again. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, I think he's gonna be really tasty. He's like a moist chocolate cake with cookies and cream filling. There we go. There's some little added details. Also, I want to show you his hat because I'm very excited about his hat. Okay, so I have these little half circle molds. And here's the first one. I was saying this earlier, I made 2 sizes in case his head was too big. I actually think I am gonna need the bigger size. But here is the demo. Oh, I could have mixed the color in a little bit better, but look, it's nice and shiny. Like it's white chocolate, but it has a nice sheen to it. So yeah, this is the tiny one. It's definitely too small now that I've added all the frosting, so I'm glad I made a backup with a slightly larger size. This one's maybe like 1.5 inches across, and it's this one of these types of silicone molds, which is really cool. You can make those like bubble cakes became very popular a couple years ago, where it would just be like a basic buttercream cake, and then it has like these kind of like, I don't know, it looks like modern art, like stacked up bubbles. People would do it with sugar spheres, but also it looks really nice with white chocolate spheres. And what you can do, or gelatin spheres, that's another cool option. What you do with the silicone mold is like you make 2 hollow halves in the mold. Well, you make about 15 at a time with this tray. Anyway, you make the 2 hollow halves, and then you like gently heat up the seam on like a warm plate or something, and then you join them together, smooth out the seam, and then you can make like a perfect little chocolate sphere. That's also how people make cocoa bombs, or what do you call them? Chocolate. Like a bath bomb, but for cocoa. Hot chocolate bombs? I don't know. Yeah, so that's pretty cool too. You just make the 2 halves of the chocolate sphere, And then you can fill it with cocoa mix, and then some people do those like mini marshmallows or sprinkles or something, and then you put it in a hot cup of hot water or milk, and then as the chocolate melts, all the cocoa powder comes out, and then you have a cup of cocoa after you stir it up. I got like a little blue on his t-shirt, so I'm swiping that away. There you go. It's more better. All right, now, okay, the waistband. Like I said, I got distracted. I went on a side quest for a minute. I wanted to like fix the outline a little bit. Okay, here we go so far. Just checking in for a minute with what we got, what we're working with, and then swapping to the waistband. This one's all right. This one though, we'll do this one. I feel pretty comfortable with this one. Plus it's already full of blue frosting. Okay, now we start at the back again. I always start like the seams of something at the back, and then I'm gonna rotate as I pipe. So we're just gonna come across the bottom like so. Let me get in position, get ready. Okay. And I don't know, I'll start here because his arm's gonna be here, so you won't see this anyway. Oh, I need to get this out of the way so I don't bump the side of the cake board. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's do it. Oh, gotta get it attached first. So it's not a belt exactly, but he just has a seam right there. That kind of goes around his whole little bod. And he also has like a zipper fly, but we're not gonna see that because I'm gonna have cake crumbles. But I think that's a nice detail that we added on top. And then the cake crumbles will kind of come up around him. But now the end looks like, the bottom looks like neat. All that matters. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go, what do I want to do? I guess I want to make the little nubbins on the end of his straps. So we'll do that. I don't have gray mixed up. I have black or I have white. I think white's gonna look better than black in this application, so we'll just go white. And if it has time to where that chills and sets up enough, I can go back and I can paint them silver with a little edible food paint. So that'll be cool. We'll do that if the frosting like has enough time to set up before I return to that detail. Okay, we're gonna pipe his little circles here. I'm going to do the rectangle part, and then I'll get a bigger tip for the circle so you can see that part up close and personal. Here we go. There we go. I need to watch the latest episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. My sister messaged me the other day and said it was really good. I've been really liking that show, and I didn't watch it when it first came out. I was catching up, so I only just recently finished season 2. I didn't have to wait as long as some other people. But the animation is so cool. The fight scenes are excellent. Okay, so we made little rectangles for his bracket. And now I know where to place the circle for the buttons. I keep saying bracket. I can't really decide what else I would call it. A latch? No. There's like a specific word I'm thinking of, but I can't call it to memory at the moment. Okay, so we're gonna make, I'm gonna kind of crouch over the cake for a second so I can see and you can see. Oh, let me not fall off my little tiny stool. Okay, hang on. That would be embarrassing, just fall off and take the whole cake with me. Yesterday when I was making my little mini 3-tier cake, the top tier fell off. well, it didn't fall off. I went to go put it on top of the cake and then I dropped it and it landed on its head, which was okay because it had white frosting that still had to go on top. But I was like, oh no. Funny thing is, I've never done that with a larger tier cake, and you would think that a tiny tier cake would be even easier to not mess up. I think I just let my guard down, you know, that's when they get you. By they, I guess I mean the universe, I don't know. Okay, and then a nice round blob right here. Try to make it the same size as the other button. Yeah. That'll do, pig. Oops, oops. Okay, stop touching it. Don't make it worse. Okay, leaving that alone for a minute. Let's do his arms. I gotta do his face. The face is the part that's gonna be the most exciting, but also it's gonna be really determined his whole vibe. It'll be the easiest part to mess up because everything needs to be to scale. And like, since his nose, I had to build his nose like ahead of time. Like, it needed to be part of the cake so I could frost it. I think it'll be all right. I think it's pretty to scale. We'll see. Okay, so for his arms, I'm just gonna make a little blob here, a little blob here, and then I will finish that edge of that little sleeve. So that'll be nifty. I got a nice big round tip on here like it was before. And here we go. Let's see, right there. I'm trying to decide, should he have them? He's gonna have them down at his side, that's fine. I'll start at the bottom. No, maybe I won't start at the bottom. Maybe I'll be indecisive. Okay, and squeeze, 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 squeeze. Make it kind of big, and then slowly move it down like that. And I'll go back and kind of smooth out those ripples. Is it gonna be weird if he's just like standing with his arms at his side? I could make his, since like on his little model, one moment please, the pickaxe is kind of supported on his shoulder. I could make that to where like I wouldn't have to have it dry and be rigid because it will be supported by his body. That was the only thing I was like, okay, if I make that, it needs to be kind of like a freestanding part of him that has to like dry fully before you can like pick it up and place it on him. But since it's resting on his shoulder, we'll have his other arm up because I think it's gonna look silly if he's just like Ooh, did anybody watch Weapons? Where the kids were all like running at you? So scary. I had to close my eyes during the gory bits. But the story I liked, I like that there was kind of a, I don't want to spoil it in case anybody else wants to watch it. But there was an unexpected element to it that I appreciated. Also, Jennifer Garner, she's really great. She's really great in that. I like her in most things. Oh, I saw her in something else recently. What was that? She was in another good movie that we watched recently. She didn't have her curly yellow hair in this movie. Rats, what was it? I don't know, she's good in everything though. Especially Ozarks. She was great in Ozarks. Obviously. It's like one of the main characters. But yeah. Coming up as far as cake orders go, I only have one other one at the very beginning of February. So I'm going to do a little promo for Valentine's Day and post that and see if anybody wants to order some like pre-designed Valentine's Day cakes. I'm not really operating in full capacity out here. It's kind of like hit or miss, or I'll do a promotion. That's why I'm supplementing my cake decorating desires by doing stuff on stream. and practicing stuff that I want to practice, and also making designs that I want to make. Because like when you do custom cakes, you will get some cool designs, but every now and then you're like, I don't want to make this dumb baby cake. Not baby shower cakes are usually pretty cute and stuff like that, but everybody was real into Caillou. I mean, sorry, not Caillou. I'm thinking Caillou because your name. Everybody was into Cocomelon for a hot minute there. I'm like, I don't want to make this little big-headed baby again. But the little watermelon TV was cute. That was always fun to make. I got pretty good at him. I had to make him several times. Another one around that same time was, I like doing this one because I got better at it every time. Around the same time, I had to make several Fortnite cakes. And a lot of times what people wanted was the llama pinata. And he was really fun to make because I had to make the little fringe out of fondant, which was really fun because he's like pinky purple and then blue. And so like you layered a little fringe of fondant around him. Ooh, he was so cute to make out of fondant. Yeah, he was a cutie. And then I got to make him again for my own business purposes when I started doing my custom cakes from Cakes by You. And that woman who ordered that cake from me was so nice. She also wanted the hot air balloon. That was cool. So like the hot air balloon, I made it out of Rice Krispies, and it was supported by some dowels or lollipop sticks or whatever, so that I could adjust the height, because when I made it, it was too tall for the box I was gonna put it in, because it was at the top of the cake. But that is one delivery that stood out in my mind, because at that time, I was doing all the deliveries also. But she was like so tickled when I showed up with the cake, and like she was like, oh my god, he's gonna be thrilled. And she was very, I don't know, it just stood out because she was like very tickled about how it had turned out, which is nice. I delivered the mini tiered cake this morning to my friend, and she loved it, and her daughter loved it. I got to meet her daughter for a second, and she took one look at the cake, and you could see her face light up. And like, not to be cheesy, I'm like, oh man, that makes it all worth it. It's just nice. Cakes make people happy usually, so it's a fun thing. Those little moments are what it's all about. If I can't scuba, what's this all been about? Okay, so his other arm, I'm gonna start it like at the elbow and then put his paw up here, I think. And then that way, so his one arm will be kind of like this. That way I can place the pickaxe, and then I'll like pipe his little like ball-shaped hand around the handle of the pickaxe. So it looks like he's kind of hefting it on his shoulder a little bit. So that's what we're gonna do. Whoop. Okay. Just trying to be sure that they're sort of the same width at least. So, how should I do this? I'm gonna snip away a little bit of this where his arm's gonna come up, just so I can lay it flat, sort of. I don't know if that makes sense. It's not laying flat, but I just need to come across that part of his sleeve more smoothly, so it doesn't jut out, and then I won't have to smooth as much after the fact. Okay, here we go. Okay, one more look for good measure. The whole measure twice, cut once thing always applies. I'm like, okay, let me keep eyeballing it for 5 more minutes after I've already said, let me do this real quick. Okay, elbow action, and then here we go. Oop, it's running into that, but that is okay. We're not worried. I'm not worried about any of it. Yeah. Here we go. Nice. And I'm gonna fill it out a little bit just so this one and this one are more the same width around. And then you know what happens next. We're gonna be smoothing. We're gonna be smoothing his little arm out. which is cool. I need to figure out, I was thinking last night because I just found this cute little cake slice light online, but back when I had my business running, I commissioned a very talented seamstress. This is my sister, this is my youngest sister. I commissioned her to make a table banner for me. I was gonna start setting up a table at like bridal expos, and then hopefully I was working on getting into farmers markets as well. Anyway, so she made me this cool table banner so I could like put a tablecloth on a table and then flop it over the center, and then my logo was facing outwards. And I want to figure out where to hang that in the stream studio so you can see it, because it turned out really cute. Very professional looking. Very exciting. Yeah, she's crazy talented also. She does all kinds of arts and crafts. She's a very good seamstress. She's like professional level seamstress. Excuse me. Professional level seamstress. I got mush mouth all of a sudden. Anyway, but she also did a lot of, she had an origami phase like in high school or after high school. And then she's also an amazing crochet artist, crocheter, I don't know. She did a bunch of animals even, like there's a Japanese word for it. I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna switch the M's and the R's around. Arimigumi? Amirigumi? Hang on, I'm gonna look this up real fast. Japanese crocheted animals. Crochet animals. This is like when my mom got really into Sudoku and she kept saying Sudoku over and over, just like swapping the syllables. I'm like, wow, I'm turning into my mom's. To my mom. Arimigumi? I was way off, guys. It's amigurumi. Amigurumi? Amigurumi. I don't know. Anyway, so like that's when you make like a crochet project that looks like a stuffed animal. Sorry, that was a silly sidetrack moment. So she had made a cat bus one time. That was incredible. So cute. And then also she made me this cute little frog. It's a purple frog and it has like a little crown on top. My fave. I should put him on stream one time just so y'all can see him. But yeah, she's crazy. She's crazy talented. She's been doing a lot of quilting lately, which is awesome. For Christmas, she made each of her roommates like a custom quilt. She made me a pretty top-notch t-shirt quilt of all my favorite old t-shirts. I was a big, I mean I still am, but like a big old graphic tee fan. I'm like, this is it. This is what I wear every day. It's only t-shirts. Honestly, why not? They're comfortable. I like a good oversized t-shirt that's not like, you know, too tight in the armpits. Anyway, she made me a pretty sick t-shirt blanket. But like I'm like top-notch quality, like it's not looking rough at all. A lot of threadless t-shirts. Do y'all remember Threadless? Okay, so Threadless was a t-shirt company back in the day. I mean, they're still around. I haven't shopped there in a while though. But it's a really cool concept. It's like, it was like artist designed t-shirts, and there was like a community because like people would vote. You would enter your design, and there was like a community for critique, so they would help you like critique the design. And then if your design got picked, if people voted on it or whatever, it would get printed and you would get paid as like an artist. And then the format like changed to where like you could also like eventually, instead of just making individuals submissions, there would be like a whole page just for this one artist's designs. And you could also like search by theme or whatever. But there were like really cool graphic tees or funny ones. I feel like at the height of the graphic tee craze. Anyway, really cool company. And they used to be super cheap. Obviously, prices of everything have gone up. But back when I didn't have any money, I'm always looking for a deal though. Catch me in the clearance aisle, if you know what I mean. So back when I was like in high school, I didn't have a job yet till college, and every once in a while they would put on a $5 t-shirt deal. That was pretty sick. I'm like, yeah, let me stock up on like 2 or 3 new shirts, and I'm gonna save these for back to school season and really stun on people with my obscure t-shirt references. Oh, what a time. What a time to be when you're that age, when you're like, yeah, this is the thing. This is gonna be the thing that makes people want to be friends with me. Like learning to ride a unicycle, I'm like, you know what? It's gonna be real cool. It's gonna make really impress and delight my peers. See if I can ride a unicycle. No one's ever gonna know. I never rode it to school or anything. But I'm like, they don't know. They don't know how cool I am that I can ride a unicycle. Who was she? What was she thinking? Yeah, good times. Threadless though, that same t-shirt company. On that note, back to what I was talking about earlier, they also, so this is like where, this is some Cakes by You history, lore, this is some lore check. Cakes, Threadless, the t-shirt company, at some point, I don't know why they started this, because it seemed kind of somewhat unrelated, but it was a really cool idea. They started hosting a yearly, I think it went on for several years, like at least 5 years or so. They hosted a yearly competition where the name of the game was you take one of their t-shirt designs and turn it into a cake. They had a 2D category and then they had a 3D category. Again, I don't know why they're like, yes, cake. It's a t-shirt company, but it's like also like an artist community, so I guess it makes sense. Anyway, little, I don't know, how old was I? Like 13 or 14 years old. I entered like several years in a row, and one of my 2D designs won one time, and it was a shirt that I owned and is now part of my t-shirt quilt. And I still have pictures back when DeviantArt was a thing. I still have pictures of it on my DeviantArt. I need to like get them and do like a look back kind of thing on Instagram, or be like a throwback to that cake design, because it was really neat. I did like the watercolor type dealy. Like it was like layers of fondant, and then I did like watercolor with gel food coloring. That was really fun. And I think I got like 3rd prize for that year, which was like a $50 gift certificate to their website, so I could get a bunch of t-shirts, which was very exciting at that age. I'm like, wow, spending money. And then also I got some King Arthur products. King Arthur is like they're probably most known for their flour. They're like a baking company. But I was like, wow, this is the primo flour. I don't usually shell out for this kind of flour. I'm shopping at Walmart or whatever, looking for deals. Give me that great value flour. Okay, here we go. He's looking pretty sharp. We got his hands in place now, which is pretty tight. We should do his face. We'll do his face next, and then his pickaxe. So we'll do like face details and then the pickaxe. Or we could just do the pickaxe now. What do y'all think? Anybody have any opinions? We'll do the pickaxe now, and I'll set it aside so maybe it'll dry just slightly so that the handle of it isn't like a floppy piece of fondant. Do that, and then we'll come back to his face. Cool, cool, good plan, good plan. So it's a wooden handle. It's like less, it's more of a middle brown. It's not like a reddish copper brown like him. So I have some fondant mixed up down here. I mixed up some colors already for, what was I making? Oh, I was making mini Animal Crossing figurines. I went live for the first time on YouTube last week, or maybe the week before, and I was making little Animal Crossing figurines, or at least I started them. They turned out really cute, but I was realizing that I should do like bigger stuff when I'm streaming and save like the little miniature type items for when I'm doing my like edited long form videos, because I gotta like swap the camera around a lot so you can actually see what I'm doing, which isn't, you know, it doesn't work as well for streaming because I can't be messing with the camera all the time. That would be jarring. My brown fondant is kind of crumbly. I need to get some fresh brown fondant, I think. Pick a different color. Here we go. I need brown fondant, and then I need like white or gray or silver fondant. So that'll be a thing. I'm going to nudge my frosting stuff out of the way and make a little area that can roll out my fondant. Yeah, and it's just a cylinder for the handle and then the pickaxe head, so this will take like 5 seconds probably, and then we can move on to the other details. Boop. Yeah, it's a little crumbly. I guess I mixed them up too far in advance. Oh well, that's okay. To make like a wood grain texture in fondant, you can do this cool thing where you kind of marble 2 colors together. That's always a nice touch. So we're gonna do that. And then it adds like, you know, visual interest. So you don't have to go back and like paint a wood texture on something. It's just right there in the fondant. You can do that with polymer clay. Also, polymer clay is pretty cool to work with. Sort of similar to fondant. I did a lot of polymer clay stuff when I was younger. That was always fun. I'd make little figurines and like pendants or like pins. The pins weren't always super sturdy. I made a bunch for my mom, and she still has some like in her jewelry box that I made when I was like, you know, 8 or 9, 10, 11, around that age. Like in particular, I made her a little scarecrow pin, and I like meticulously rolled out a bunch of tiny like tiny pieces of like tiny threads of polymer clay for like the straw that was coming out of the scarecrow sleeves and like collar, no, like the sleeves and the bottom of his jacket. She still has that guy, but a lot of those tiny pieces obviously broke. Like, it was fun for the look of it, but not super great in that application. Like, he would have been fine as just like a sculpture that's gonna sit somewhere, but not something that's gonna be on your clothes and moving around a bunch. But he's still fun. I did a bunch of like little teddy bears for Valentine's Day one year. Those are really cute, and at that point I had realized, okay, make your designs more compact and sturdy. And so they were like little teddy bears that kind of like sat like this, and they were holding a heart. That'd be fun to revisit that design as a little cake design one day, maybe. Yeah. I've been trying to think of some more ideas for designs to stream. So I'm always open to suggestions. Somebody hopped on last night and they said, oh, I saw that you're looking for ideas in your profile or your bio or whatever. And they said, you should cosplay as Princess Peach and then make the cake that she makes at the end of the game. I was like, that's pretty cute. That would be fun. I gotta buy a wig now and stuff. Yeah, maybe we'll do that one time. Because she makes you a cake at the end of Mario 64. But there's also the thing that jumped into my mind. I'm pretty sure they were talking about that game, the cake she makes at the end of that game. But the thing that jumped to my mind was the, oh, in Paper Mario. There's a scene where it's like the level with all the Shy Guys. Well, it's like the intro before the level with all the Shy Guys. And as usual, Princess Peach is like captured, obviously, by Bowser. And she's making a cake. She's like stuck somewhere in the castle. But she has an oven. She has access to an oven. Or maybe she like sneaks away to the kitchen. I can't remember. It's been a minute since I played that one. But yeah, so you get to make like a little cake as Princess Peach. And then when you're Mario running around that Shy Guy level, you also start to find like ingredients. And you can go bake a cake at the little Toad's house. Man, I love that game. That's one of the best. It's one of the best games. I need to, so like, GameCube was very much my era, I would say, of gaming. Like when I was really getting into it, I was like, you know, just that age, I guess. So like Wind Waker used to be my all-time favorite Zelda game. Now it's probably gotta be Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, come on, it's so expansive and like, there's so much you can do. Anyway, sidebar. Yeah, GameCube was my era, but I never played Thousand Year Door, the Paper Mario sequel. I need to play that one. Oh, also, before starting that one, I need to finish Origami King. I started that one like when it first came out. I never like finished it all the way. That one's really cute. The battle mechanic was interesting. It threw me for a loop at first, but I got it eventually. But yeah, playing Expedition 33 recently for the first time. Like, well, watching somebody play it. I wasn't playing it myself this time. I was thinking back, and I'm pretty sure like Paper Mario. Well, I was about to say Paper Mario was probably my first introduction to like a turn-based game. But I was like, what about Pokemon? I guess Pokemon counts too. I don't know which one I played first though. The only Pokemon game I played start to finish actually is Silver. And so now I'm trying to think if I wonder if I beat Silver before I played Paper Mario on the 64. I wonder which one came first. Thinking about those days, like the Game Boy Advance and playing Pokemon Silver. That was right around the time, I used to live in Florida, and that was around the time that Hurricane Ivan happened. Like 2005, 2004 or 5. And that was when me and my siblings, my brother in particular, we first made friends with some of the other kids down the street in our neighborhood because, you know, everybody was forced to be outside more because, you know, everything shut down. Power was out, and you're gonna be hot inside because there's no AC, you might as well be outside. We played outside a lot as kids, but we wandered a lot more during that time, I feel like. We used to be very much like stay in the backyard kind of kids, but as we got older at that time, we wandered more. And that was the time that we met some good friends down the street that we ended up becoming pretty close with because we were like, it was like me and my brother and 2 of my sisters. We were riding up and down the street on bikes. And then Ian at the time was really into Pokemon, and he stopped for a minute. Like we stopped at the end of the street and he started fiddling around on the Game Boy at the time. And we were going by this kid's house. Like we had seen him before, but like I never met him. He and his friends were sitting, like him and his mom and his friend were sitting in like lawn chairs in the front yard, and they were playing Pokemon. And like his mom literally was like, oh look, that kid, that guy's got one of the Game Boys too. Anyway, so it was something like that. Like that's how we met basically. It was like, or maybe my brother had spotted them playing Game Boys in the lawn chairs. I just remember they were sitting out front and we passed them by. And then, yeah, so after that point, like they started talking about Pokemon and stuff. And then from that point on, they became like friends in the neighborhood that we would play like capture the flag or manhunt or tag with. So that was pretty cool. And that was all around the Pokemon era. Totodile was my guy, my starter. I like Totodile. There we go. Okay, so the wood grain is coming out now. You basically just like roll 2 different colors together until it comes to the color that you're going for. And yeah, so now I'm gonna roll this up into a little log for the handle of his pickaxe. And then we're gonna move on. That took longer than I expected because I realized the fondant was really tough because it had been sitting in here. And the air's going, so it needs to like, you gotta bring it back to a pliable sort of temperature before you start working with it. So that was a lengthier detour. Usually I'm just like boop, boop, boop. And then we have a little wooden axe handle. Yeah, we're gonna roll it out and move on. Here we go. So let's see. I think that's a good width. Yeah, we're gonna stick with that. And I need my little knife. Here we go. Boom. And then kind of tap off the bottom. Yeah, looks good. Okay, we made that part. We're gonna let that sit because that's really the part that needs to like dry and be sturdy. And then we'll do his face. We gotta do something fun now so that you can really see him come together. We're gonna do his face in black buttercream. Yeah, and then his whiskers. So on his little character model, they are definitely like hanging off his nose, but we're probably just gonna pipe them like on his cheeks instead, since they're not gonna be like freestanding whiskers or like, they're not gonna be supporting their own weight if they're in buttercream, is what I'm trying to get at. Okay, tidy up this area real quick and then move on. Where is there she is. A little cloth and I already got blue frosting all over it, but I need to get these fondant crumbs. Alrighty. After this, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I got leftovers for, just some basic soft tacos, or had that 2 nights in a row, so I might switch it up and fix something else, or go get something else since it's the weekend. It's Sunday here. So I might go out to dinner and grab something. Okay, here we go. On to the next thing. Just rambling. Alrighty. Okay. I'm gonna get this situated so I can quickly move. And yeah, there we go. Let's see. I'm gonna show you his expression so you know what we're going for. Bam. He's got some very luscious eyebrows and then just little straight lines for his nose and mouth. I mean, his eyes and mouth rather. So let's do it. Point him towards you. And we'll do, I'll do his eyebrows first. No, I'll set up his eyes because his eyes need to be level, like where his nose is. Okay, so we're just gonna make 2 little dash marks for his eyes. That's gonna be easy. I say that's gonna be easy, but a lot of times in cake decorating, the simpler, which is gonna sound, kind of backwards or whatever, but the simpler design is, we're gonna do his whiskers actually, because this is like a nice thin piping tip I have, and I'm gonna switch to the thicker one because his eyes are actually a bit of a bolder black line. So like the simpler a cake design is, a lot of times the more difficult it is to put together. That sounds counterintuitive, but what I mean is, if you have like a beautiful white wedding cake, but it's just all white, totally smooth. A lot of people will come to you and just be like, yeah, I just want this really simple cake design. And in your head, you're like, yeah, it doesn't have a lot of decorations. But part of decorations is, I was kind of talking about this yesterday with tiered cakes. You have a little wiggle room for mistakes because you're like, okay, well, the bottom edge doesn't have to be finished because I know I'm going to pipe a border there or something. Things like that. And so like you have to be super meticulous when it's just like a stark white design, you know? Because naturally, if there's no decorations on it, your eyes are automatically going to be drawn to like any imperfections or flaws that you see. Okay, there's his own little tiny whiskers. I'm gonna do the other side to match, hopefully. Hopefully, I say hopefully because this is the part of like doing my makeup that's really tough. It's like trying to do winged eyeliner and make it not lopsided. I feel like you can get away with that with some stuff, like with eyebrows. They're like, they're sisters, not twins. But if your eyeliner's doing like one's this way and one's kind of that way, that's always pretty telling pretty quickly. How are we doing on the battery? Oh yeah! Yeah, me and the cake are twinning. It looks like it's almost like I planned that. No, I'm just kidding, I didn't plan that. Yeah, but it is a remarkably similar shade of blue also. I should have worn a white t-shirt and then we could be twinsies for real. Next time, I gotta think these things out. That's pretty funny though. So speaking of which, I went really high on this side with this one and a little, oh, my hubris. I was like, yeah, just make one quick decisive motion in the wrong section. It's okay, because he has 3 whiskers, so we're gonna pretend that's the top whisker that I didn't place on the side, and then it'll be symmetrical. Perfect. Keeps coming out of the tip at a weird angle. There we go. Perfect. I think he's gonna be pretty cute. I mean, honestly, we're almost done with him. He just needs his face and his hat. And his, pickaxe, and then he's good to go. We're gonna add the little dirt crumbles. He kind of finished up pretty quickly, I guess. I could go back and add more stitching around the waistband. I was gonna do that. But, we'll just focus on the good parts. Because, like, if you're sticking around, I want you to get to see the finished product. I know you can always check back later. The stream will be like available, but anybody who's hanging out, prefer you get to see as much of the interesting parts as possible. Okay, picked out 2 more round tips for his eyes and eyebrows. Eyes, just one sort of straight across, and then his eyebrows are almost like a little squashed zigzag. So we'll do his eyes first and then bring the eyebrows in. Oops, I might want to put a tip on. I was like just putting the ring on, like that's gonna help me. Okay, let me just look really quick. I'm trying to imagine how thick this line's gonna be. I think a 3 would be better. And of course I have a 2 and a 4. Ain't that just the way? There she is, number 3. All right, buddy, here we go. Fun fact, I feel like a number 3 tip is the most commonly used tip for like handwriting on cakes. In my experience, in my limited experience. I'm just saying at most places that work, that's usually people's tip of choice, it seems, in that application. Okay, drum roll please. Little eyeballs. Oh my god, he's so fun. I usually don't get sentimental like, oh my gosh, I don't want to eat him, but he's really cute. I don't want to eat him. Usually I get to spend more time with him. Cakes, that is. Usually I spend more time with them before they get destroyed. I'll have to do a little photo real quick if we're gonna cut him on stream. I'll do a little photo real quick before we do that, if y'all will allow it. Okay, and then his grumpy little mouth. It's just a straight line. Honestly, it's a pretty neutral, well, his eyebrows. His eyebrows are pretty grumpy. Evidently, teddy bears, like the design for the original teddy bears when they first came out back in the day, they were meant to have a neutral expression so that in play, children could kind of assign whatever emotions to them that they wanted, which I thought was very interesting. I feel like nowadays more often you'll see, oh hey, Nan's tweaking again, welcome back. We're making Resetti from Animal Crossing. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you today? If you haven't played Animal Crossing, it's gonna be this guy. So we just gotta do his hat and his headlamp and put some dirt in. Oh, I'm going off screen. But yeah, we're doing him like popping out of the ground like he used to be, so I didn't do legs for his character, for his cake version. Maybe another time we'll do like a standing figure of some sort with like a little structure involved. That would be fun. I was just saying yesterday I want to try to do more of that stuff. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. He's coming out pretty exciting. I mean, pretty well. Like, I'm excited about how he's turning out. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope you get more sleep soon, like, and get on a consistent sleep pattern. Oh no. Wait, so how many hours are you without sleep if you stayed up all night? I feel like anytime that happens to me, the kicker is like, oh yeah, for real. For real. I was thinking about that too. Like back when I was like 23, 22, 23, it's like, yeah, I'll stay up all night and I'll go to work the next day. I'm fine. But nowadays I'm just like, oh, I can't handle it. I'm not who I used to be. I don't bounce back from those as easily. Oh my gosh, you're crazy. Hang in there. But also, tap out whenever you have to. Get that sleep. That's crazy. Yeah, no. Lately I've definitely realized how important it is to get a solid, I'm gonna say at least 7 hours. Ideally like 9 hours. But I always get a little messed up because I was able to visit the States over the holidays to visit my family, and making that flight from Korea to the States, it always messes me up on the way back. Usually if like I time it out okay to where like if the flight coming back here lands at like 3 p.m. I'm like, okay, I only need to stay up like 5 hours and then I can go to sleep. But yeah, it takes a while to get used to it. Sorry, I just saw your old bra comment. Yeah, it just doesn't bounce back like that. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Dude, I'm done with underwire. I'm all just fabric type, comfy, slip them on type bras now. Oh gosh. Yeah, it really does. It takes a while to get your rhythm back in order. I heard that using those seasonal affected disorder lamps, like the sun lamps that people use like in Alaska and like in the Arctic and stuff, I feel like a lot of times evidently that can help you regulate more quickly. So I'm like, if I'm going to be going home for visits with any regularity, maybe I should invest in one of those. Perhaps. Yeah. So I'm not currently like working, so luckily when I come back I can kind of regulate my sleep a little bit. But if I travel with my husband, he has to go back to work, so he kind of has to force, and I can't tell which one's worse. I'm like, that forces him to get on a good sleep schedule. Sometimes I'm just on a weird sleep schedule for a while. So yeah, that's always fun trying to fix that. Okay, I'm gonna make his little zigzaggy eyebrows. Let me turn it to light so you can see him where he's at right now. Yeah, it does keep you in a good routine. That's why I'm excited about starting these new classes I'm gonna do, probably starting next week. I feel like I'll get into a better routine, and that also helped me like get into a routine with streaming also. I wanna be Ms. Busy, productive lady. I don't know, just have some consistency would be good. Here we go, eyebrow time. So I said earlier when I was trying to do my makeup, eyebrow time. I love a good thick brow. I'm glad bushy brows came back. They were never really out of style, were they? When I was younger, my hair used to be like platinum blonde when I was a baby child. But my eyebrows have always been dark brown. So like they've never matched. They match more now because my hair is like darkens a lot with age. It's more just like an ashy kind of color now. But back in the day, like literally in like 6th grade, my English teacher, Mrs. Marler, she asked me like, Chelsea, do you dye your hair or eyebrows? I'm like, first of all, why are you asking me? No, she was really nice, but at the time I was like, no, what do you mean? Like it hadn't really occurred to me. I'm like, this is all just how it looks. But yeah, I still get little highlights if I spend a lot of time in the sun. Some of that blonde still peeks through, but mostly it's, just sort of a mousy, ashy brownish color now. Which I don't mind, it's fine. All right, eyebrows are coming in. I wanna pipe these where you can see them, but every time I turn the cake that way, I feel like that's when I do something weird and crooked because I'm looking at it from a funny angle. Oh boy, he looks pretty fun and cute. It's the man himself, it's Resetti. I can hear his theme song in my head right now. Nerve damage? Were you out in the wilderness, like frostbite or something? Or just like, outside for a long time? I didn't realize that until I saw like somebody's reel about it, that like they're super dark and then like it kind of fades into it. I was like, oh my god, that's crazy. Or I guess you could get your eyebrows tattooed. Apparently that's a thing. My friend has some. Hers looks really nice. They look very like a good shade, even, like even edges. I'm like, honestly, that'd be kind of sick. Then you don't have to mess with them every day. They're just always kind of looking, I mean, I'm sure you gotta straighten them out. I don't know, sometimes I wake up and I have like have you seen that? Series of Unfortunate Events, Count Olaf, he's got those like crazy eyebrows. Yeah, sometimes I wake up and one of them's like going crazy. I'm like, get down, you caterpillars. But yeah, then you wouldn't have to mess with them at all. No, you're just looking real expressive. Just, locked in. I'm sure everybody, was in tune with your emotions that night. Yeah, I mean, you're stuck with them after that point, so I guess you just want to make sure that you pick a solid artist. Now that we've finished this part and I see where we're at, I'm gonna line the his shoulder straps real quick, because I think that'd be nice little detail to add to him before we finish him off. Today, after this, all we gotta do is his hat, and I already have the hat made up, and we have to make the little band around it. And I made he's a little bigger than, he turned out a little bigger than expected, but I made a little tiny isomalt, a molded sugar. Where's my tweezers? There they are. Here we go. I'll show you. So that, oh my gosh, there it goes. I'm just gonna pick it up because we've been here before. Yeah, so it's like a little shiny candy for the light bulb in his headlamp. So yeah, there you go. I made a couple different sizes, but now I'm like, I should have even gone bigger. Like, he's a larger than life baby. Yeah, so I'm gonna do some little stitches on his overalls. Since we did some on his pocket, I think that'll kind of finish this off nicely. Oh, wrong one. I put like the black tip on the white bag by accident. Whoops. There's black frosting. Here we go. Wow. Way to go, Chels. Killing it. Okay. Take two. Try that again. Here, let me make sure I don't have any gray frosting coming out. If we do, we'll just live with it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, this is gonna be cute. So going around making a hashed, or like a dashed line, and then oh, I started doing this one, let's see, 2.5 hours ago. I was real confident earlier, being like, yeah, this should only take me like 2 hours. Yeah, we're still here. That's okay, it's only, like, we'll probably finish in 3 hours or so. Nah, probably like, this doesn't have that much. I just gotta like add the dirt cake crumbled around it and then add his hat. And he's pretty much done. Oh, his pickaxe. We were just talking about doing his pickaxe also. Yes, I delivered the snowflake cake today. She loved it. So off stream, I added a little Elsa topper, and I added those white crystals that I was telling you guys about that yesterday when I was about to go off stream, when I was about to log off. And it turned out so cute. She really loved it. And then I was dropping it off to her, and she like saw it and was like, oh my gosh. And then her daughter popped up and she was like, do you want to see your cake? And like her face lit up when she saw it. It was really sweet. She was real excited about it. So I hope it tasted as good as it looked, which I'm pretty sure it did. I've eaten this cake a lot, and like, I feel like I'd be sick of it if it wasn't tasty. Yeah. But yeah, it turned out cute. I'm gonna post the finished all-together product on the Instagram page also, so that you can see. I ended up doing like I rolled out the fondant, cut it out to her silhouette, and then I microwaved it a couple times so that it started to harden, and then I sketched out with some edible markers. I like sketched the outline, and I went back in with the edible paint and painted in all her features and added a little details. So I'll definitely put that one up on the Instagram. I think it's on stories right now because I just took a picture of the topper after I finished it, but the whole cake together is, I'm gonna make sure I post that one because I was pretty pleased with it. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it was really nice. I was talking about that briefly earlier, that it is really sweet and rewarding when you get to see people's reactions. I mean, depending on the circumstances, you don't always get to see how the recipient likes the cake, but I do feel like while I was operating Cakes by You in Virginia, I got a lot of really nice feedback. It was really cool. People would like go out of their way and leave a Google review or whatever. And I got a thank you card one time when I did a wedding cake. That was really sweet, like a handwritten thank you card. Like I know people like try to do thank you cards for gifts and stuff, but I'm like, for the cake lady, you made a thank you card even for me. That's so sweet. Their design was fun. It was this couple and they really like to travel. And so they were like talking a little bit about that, and we went back and forth trying to decide. I think I had done a couple little sketches for them about how we wanted to do their cake. And it was a 2-tiered white cake. And then on the bottom tier, I did like the silhouette of like all the continents in gold. So I like painted all the different continents of like a world map on the bottom tier. And then they were getting married in the fall, so she had said she wanted to incorporate some foliage also. So I made some like gum paste leaves and acorns and little berries, painted those gold to match. And they were all mounted on wire, so I could kind of position them in little sprays. So there was like a spray by the top tier and then one kind of offset on the bottom tier. And yeah, she was pretty pleased with it. She was real sweet. Whenever, I don't know, I still have the thank you note. I'll probably keep it forever. Just little things like that. It's always nice. But yeah, okay, so I did little dots on his waistband because I thought that would be cute. And I'm just gonna finish going around, and then we'll do the cake crumbs at the bottom for the dirt because he's like popping out of the ground. Yeah. But yeah, and I also added, for the winter cake, I also added 2 little snowflakes on wire, so they're kind of popping out of the top of the cake for a fun little accent, a little whimsy, a little motion. Oop, we got a little buttercream blowout back here. Oh well. One of these lines is not like the other. Whoopsie. It suddenly became a spot the difference cake. That would be a fun thing to do one night. I don't know how I would execute that. I have to think about it. But I want to think of some fun interactive cakes to do on Twitch to get like chat participation, kind of like roll for whatever, like when people do like roll for sandwich. I don't know if y'all seen that, like where you pick out a bunch of options, like 1 through 6, and assign a number to each of them, and then you're like, okay, so for cake decorating, I would do, no, I've never seen professionals spot the difference. Mementos are nice. I'm trying not to be a pack rat. I have to like slim down all the stuff that I like decide to keep or not. I'm gonna have to look into that because what we stumbled on the other night, and I had seen clips of it before online, professional tag players. It was on the other night and I stopped and actually watched some for a minute. I'm like, this is insane. I'm like, is this gonna become an Olympic sport? Ooh, but one dude took a pretty gnarly fall. I mean, he looked pretty limber, he was okay, but when he got up, he was definitely being ginger with his ankle because he like ran and jumped, but like kind of missed something like that and then kind of fell. I was like, ugh, crazy. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to check out this spot the difference thing for sure. Cause that sounds insane. It's like on Animal Crossing, Crazy Reds, you're looking at all the classical paintings and being like, okay, where's the thing? Oh, it's like a German thing? Nice. German TV. Tight. I guess I haven't watched a lot of German programs. I watch, some stuff on BBC. Recently was watching a bit of Taskmaster. That one's pretty good. And some old Noel Fielding and Richard Ayoade bits. That was pretty good too. Yes, I started Culinary Class Wars. I haven't finished it yet, but my sister was recommending that one to me. So far so good. Everyone who's watched it, I feel, has had nothing but glowing remarks to make about it. Okay, we're about to do a battery swap really quick, so it'll be a brief, possibly unnoticeable interruption, and then we'll be right back. On my thing, it like goes black for like a split second and then freezes. I don't know what it looks like on y'all's end though. That's what I'm curious about. And we're back. Hopefully minimal interruptions. Oh wait. He's gone. Can you get that little yellow thing out of the fridge? Perhaps. It's on the top shelf. Thank you, please and thank you. All right, coming in with some stitching on the straps. He wanted it to sound differently. Yeah, I think I was watching it in Korean with subtitles on. I'm pretty sure. I need to pick it back up again. Like, I need to actually finish it and watch it all the way through. So everybody said it was great. Also, maybe it'll help me learn Korean more quickly. Oh, thank you. Where's the, oh yeah. Where's the please? Yeah, gotta mind my P's and Q's. Mew mew. It's like an, ooh, that one was weird. He's very handy and helpful. Spry and accommodating he is. He's out there doing his own thing, but he keeps checking. He's swapping my battery for me, which is nice. I mean, I could just like run around the table and change it, but it's nice that he keeps checking in. I'm gonna have to get used to doing it myself though, because I'm gonna have to start streaming on Mondays. And I'll be all on my onesies. But it shouldn't be too hard. I'll just have all the batteries lined up for a quick swap, a hot swap. Okay. I think after this last line, it is high time for some dirt crumbles. I have the excess cake from carving this little man off to the side here. And that is going to go around his midsection down at the bottom. So it looks like he's popping out of the ground. Boop. Cake queen life, indeed. I feel like that is the life of being, like being an executive chef at a restaurant. You're just like, hey, prep all these things for me, and then I'll come back and I'll do the fun part of putting them all together. That's the life. That's what you get to do when you're the top dog. The one main restaurant that I worked at for the longest, our chef was pretty cool. He was nice. An older mustachioed gentleman named Greg. Old Greg. Okay. I think we hit the stitching details where, like on the highlights where they matter most, so we're gonna move on to the next bit. Let's see how our pickaxe handle's doing. I just set it off. Oh yeah, it's already pretty rigid. I think we can move on. I'm gonna place it by his hand so it looks like he's holding it, and then if we need to, I'll extend the frosting over it so it looks like his hand is holding it. Mr. Burns, he has like the, just around the sides of his head hair, right? Where it's just like bald on top and then, yeah. Yeah, right now he's looking like an old-timey, like medieval friar type guy where they have like the baldy top. like the stitches too. I think it kind of tied everything together. I mean, it's a pretty simple design overall, so I thought that would be fun, something to kind of make it pop. My husband's trying to eat better right now, but he saw me cutting up this cake earlier, and it's the chocolate one, and that's both of our favorites. Both of us are like, yeah, I can say no to vanilla cake, but he was eyeballing it earlier, so I'm like, okay, we can both dig into this after the stream's up. Yeah, this one wasn't made for anybody in particular. I just like got tickled by the idea of the design. I was like, that's it, I'm hopping on, I'm gonna make him. Okay, we placed his little pickaxe handle. I should have made the top when I made the other part. Maybe I'll just like build it out frosting. No, I don't think it'll be. Well, yeah, I could just like pipe like an arch shaped here. Well, then it's gonna be like very flat on his body. We'll make it real quick, and then by the time it's dried, or like by the time we do his hat and like the stuff at the bottom, it probably will have dried by then. Pardon me while I rustle mysteriously in a bag off camera. The Mr. Burns cut. Yeah, vanilla cake's good, especially like when it's paired with like a fruit filling. Love that. Or a vanilla cake with a fruit filling. Boop, boop, boop. I need some white fondant. Is that white? I can't see. The bag is opaque. It may be green. Yep, it's definitely green. Okay, I need to grab some white fondant perchance for a moment. Oh, I'm short. I wouldn't doubt it for a second. Here we go. Oh, I need to get a haircut. My little side dealies are out of control. It's kind of like right now, it's kind of like chop, 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 like little layers in the front. My hair's kind of thick, so I can't do layers so much in the back, or it looks a little fluffy. Yeah, I'm gonna be ready to take my hair down after this. I'm getting a little tension up here with the bun action. Yeah. I prefer to wear my hair down, but when I'm doing stuff, I don't want it dingle-dangling all around. Here we go. Let's see, is that big enough? Yeah, I think that's big enough. I'm gonna just do it light blue because that's what I have on hand, and then I'm gonna paint it with like my little silver food paint off to the side. I'm just gonna roll this really quickly into a pointy shape. Yeah, it's nice having thick hair for other reasons, but yeah, she do be looking a little fluffy if I don't if I don't make any effort with it. What'd you end up cooking today? Anything delicious? Yeah, thick hair club. I'm gonna reserve a tiny touch of this for the little circle that goes around the light bulb of the headlamp. So I'm gonna pinch off a piece for that in anticipation. Also, this is quite blue now. Also, it's soft because I added all the fresh white fondant. The colors I made are like a little drier because I mixed them like a couple days ago. Ooh, yum. I'm real hungry. I skipped lunch, so I'm already thinking about dinner. Also, it's like almost 6 o'clock. It's about dinner time anyway. And I did have coffee though. Didn't skip the coffee. I had like a bite of taco meat earlier before I hopped on because my tummy was growling. I was like, they're gonna hear it in the microphone. But yeah, it was just a busy morning dropping off the cake, and then I need to get like some stuff ready for this before I hop back on. So I was like, okay, just eat something functional functional protein. Okay, so, whoops, I should put down some cornstarch. Made a little crescent shape for the pickaxe. I'm gonna set it off to the side so it can dry for a second while we're fiddling with other stuff. But I need a small piece of parchment so that it doesn't stick. There we go. Make the edges a little pointier. It is a pickaxe after all. He's not gonna get through anything. There we go. And I'm just gonna pop that off to the side. No one sees it. Ooh, homemade chips. Oh, it was for lunch, so I bet you had to start early if it was for hours. I love a kettle chip. They're so crunchy. Just crunchy. I really like the Zapp's potato chips. Those are super good. Especially the voodoo flavor one. Delicious. Delicious. Oh. I used to not be a big potato chip guy, but now I'm very much a potato chip person. Love a tortilla chip, like a corn chip. And let me grab my cake. There we go. Okay. Yeah, potato chips are where it's at. Yeah, if it's homemade though, it's not junk food, you know. There's no preservatives. You made it yourself. Yeah, those ones are good. I also randomly, my husband had a work trip to Hawaii and I got to go with him. I just tagged along and I got to hang out on the beach while he was working. And they have their specialty there in Maui, evidently. We weren't on Maui, we were Honolulu, Waikiki area. We're in that area. Anyway, but the specialty there, the Maui chips, they're like onion flavored, just not sour cream and onion, not cheese and onion, just onion potato chips. Those were pretty sick. Munched on a bunch of those that week. Trying to think of like if I've made any fun snack food lately. I wish I had gloves because I don't want to touch this cake. I don't like having sticky fingies. But I'm just gonna go for it. Yeah, okay. Me. Just gonna break up some pieces. Especially because this cake is really moist, so it's like very, wow, look at that. I mean, obviously it's gonna look like dirt. It's crumbly and it's brown. But I'm like, it's coming together. Or the old graham cracker applications. That's always good if you need a sand type substance on your cake. Excellent option. Ooh, baking them to finish them, that's nice. I was imagining you flipping them in a big fryer basket. But yeah, baked chips are solid. We had this one restaurant I worked at, there was a Blue Angel special chips, so they were like homemade fried potato chips. Oh, also I'm just realizing chips versus like kettle chips and fries. Anyway, they were homemade, like made in-house potato chips, and then it had like a blue cheese bechamel sauce drizzled all over it, and then green onions sprinkled on it, and what else did it have? Those are good. But anyway, often that was like side prep work of the dishwasher on duty to fry a bunch of chips, slice them up and fry them. And English wasn't most of our dishwasher's first language, and I always thought it was cute because on the label sometime on the bin it would say cheesps instead of chips. It would say cheesp. I was like, that's perfect. Like I saw recently somebody posting like a reel of their mom's grocery list and like how I mean, like, you can tell what she was saying, but how she chose to spell different things, like the cream cheese, like it was spelled, you know, creatively. Yeah, here you go. Triple fry. Goodness, that's doing the most. That is a lot of effort just for some chips. Okay, for a second, I thought you said French fry them in peanut butter. I was like, whoa, what's happening? Peanut butter on chips? Oh, at a low temp. Like to par fry them and then go back for more frying. Evidently, that's how most like fried chicken places out here in Korea, it's they fry it twice, and that's why it's so crispy, extra crispy. Fried chicken here is good. I'm not usually like a huge fried chicken person. Like if I have a craving, that's not usually at the top of the list, but obviously had to go around and sample some good looking fried chicken places. The place just up the road from us, it's a chimat place, so like chi for chicken and mek is the first part of the word for beer. So a lot of places it's like chicken and beer, and that's what they do with like a few side snacks and stuff like that. Their chickens are really good. There we go. So he's popping up out of the dirt here. So that's pretty fun. Okay, I'm gonna start playing around in the cake. Quit playing with your food. Yeah, the cheese. I'm scrolling. I missed something at the bottom. Okay, so low temperature first and then the high temp for the crunch. Oh yeah, it's fried chicken. I'm getting better at doing, this is silly, but doing the Fahrenheit to Celsius conversions in my head. Because the little oven that we got, there wasn't an oven originally in this apartment unit. They're like, if you want one, there's gas hookups, you can put one in, but you gotta buy it yourself kind of thing. Anyway, all the temperatures are in Celsius, like everything here, obviously. Because America's just gotta be weird and do things in inches and feet and just like, what's the metric system? Double and add 30. There you go. Metric is so sensible. Like, why are we doing things in cups? Let's all get on a scale and measure things in grams. Across the board. Volume is not a way to measure things. Here we go. He's got his dirt base down. Now we gotta do his hat. I'm real excited because I feel like putting the hat, he's just gonna like come to life. Get my crummies off my fingers. It's mostly fine. It wasn't as messy as I thought it was gonna be. But like, for someone who works with food a lot, I don't like touching food. Ugh, especially like raw meat and stuff. I'm like, it has to be done. But I'd rather it be done with gloves. Okay, so for the hat, I wanted it to have like a shine to it. And when I paint stuff with like my food paints and stuff, it's usually a matte finish. Or I could have done it in fondant, which would also have been a matte finish, but instead made it out of white chocolate and I did a little silicone mold action. So here we go. Come pop it out. There we go. And it's shiny. It has a little shine to it. And I think, yeah, this one's definitely more appropriately sized than... I made two just in case. I made two just in case. The cake turned out to be bigger as I added. But I'm glad that this one was the right size because the only other bigger size I have than this one goes up quite a step. It's like more like 3 inches across and this one's like maybe 2-ish. Talking about inches again after I just got finished saying like hee. Metric system's where it's at. Centimeters is a quick fix in my head. That's the one conversion that's always easy. Just multiply by 2.5. Resetti, you're such a nerd. Why do you look like that? Built like a baked bean. Hang on. So there's like a band that goes around the bottom of the hat. I'm wondering if I should... I'm trying to turn it towards the light, but also the camera at the same time. Hang on. I wonder if I should prop it up a little bit. And then, no, I think it's good. I think once I add the band and the lamp, it'll be all right. Yeah. Because his hat in the picture is very shallow. I feel like if I add the band at the same, like at the edge of this one, it'll be just right. No, yeah, I think it's all right. I was second guessing it. I usually call it fall, typically, like if I'm just gonna say it regularly. I'm usually revert, or what's the word? Divert, no. It's a different word. Thanks. Yeah, I think from the front he's looking all right. And so we just gotta build his little lamp, or like the place for his lamp, and I'm gonna add like that one strip here and that one strip there. Unfortunately, those won't be shiny though, because I'm gonna have to do those in fondant. If I did them out of the chocolate, like with a bag, I'd have to be like running back and forth to the microwave, which would be silly. So I tried to pick a way that I could do this like all in one go, basically, with as little downtime between steps as possible. Yeah, we're creeping up on 3 hours. I was like, yeah, 2 hours, I'll be done. You did Latin too? I did Latin in high school. Autumn autumnis, yeah. Salve omnes. Salve discipuli. Man, Latin was great. I'm like, this is gonna be helpful when I try to learn all the other languages that I haven't learned yet. Nice! That's so cool. A regular polyglot. Ooh, Cyrillic would be tight. I need to focus on Korean. I've really hit a wall with Korean studies. I need to get back into it in a big way. I got little chunkies in my fondant and I'm displeased. Sad face. I didn't seal these colors that I mixed up the other day. I didn't seal them up well enough. They're like in a baggie, but I didn't. I should have put them back in. I had them in a baggie and then in a little Tupperware type container, but I didn't put them back in the container. There's a hair tickling my eyebrow, but I don't want to touch my face. Hang on. I'm being weird. Okay, we're good now. That was driving me crazy. Oh, you can get by, but not fluent. Yeah, sadly I'm not fluent in any second languages. I've studied a little bit of Spanish and then now Korean. Really, I'm kind of like at the point where I only know like greetings and then small interactions, like at the store, at the cafe or whatever. I can read Hangul, so that's cool. But my vocabulary is not big enough to where it's super useful unless it's an English word that's been like, what's the word, transliterated into Hangul, the alphabet. So like so if it's like an English word that's been broken down into it, I can sound it out and read it, but I just need to improve my Korean vocabulary so I can read more. In Indonesian, that's cool. yeah, grinding it out for grades, and then like that kind of stuff didn't always stick with you. Like from high school when you're like, okay, I'm doing this to pass the test, and then after the test is over, you're like, what was it? Yeah. But I'm gonna roll this out to get rid of those little chunks where it had dried out on the outside. That's okay, I'll just chuck it. You can like soften your fondant, but it's like a one-time trick. Like if you get the outside like dries out too much, you can soften it briefly by sticking it in the microwave for like 5 seconds, but then like once it dries that time, then it's gonna be like rock solid. But that is one way where if you have a color that you mixed and it started to dry out on the outside, you can kind of revive it for one last chance. Or you can just pulverize it. I need to get a, I was thinking about this recently for rolling out small pieces. I need to get a pasta machine back here. That would be cool for rolling out little sheets of fondant. I used to do that with polymer clay because you could do all kinds of cool techniques if you have a pasta machine with polymer clay. So I was thinking it'd be the same for fondant. Sorry, I just saw your emojis. The one bakery I worked at one of the bakeries I worked at in Maryland, they had a sheeter for fondant, so that was sick. We were talking about sheeters yesterday in reference to like, you know, croissants and stuff, but we had that one and I got to use it for fondant, which was tight because instead of spending extra time, you know, you roll it into like a flat patty and then you run it through and then thin it out and thin it out. And it's so much quicker, so you have more time to work with it as you're stretching it over the cake before it starts drying and cracking, because, you know, sending it through the machine like 2 or 3 times is way faster than just getting over there and rolling it out with the rolling pin. So that was pretty sick. I can't, like after getting used to that, I can't imagine like attempting to cover a large cake in fondant without it. I'm like, no, I got spoiled. I can't go back to being a fondant peasant without it. Also, the brand of fondant that we used at that bakery was super sick. It was a brand from Switzerland. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I remember the name of the color. Oh shoot, I can't remember. I remember what the bucket looked like. It was like just a big white rectangular bucket and it had a red logo, but the name is escaping me right now. But they got it through like an imported foods company that was based in Gaithersburg, Maryland. So it was really convenient because they delivered locally for like a discounted rate and we weren't super far from them, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, I was talking about yesterday, Red Label. And the company we ordered it from in the States was Albert Oosters Imports, AUI. I can't remember the actual name of the product. Masa, on it always said Masa Grashuna. I don't know what that means. But it was nice. It came in, you could get it in bright white or you could get it in like natural white, which was good because people get pretty specific, you know, for wedding cakes. And then it also came in red, blue, green, black, yellow, like a kind of dandelion yellow, and purple. I think they also had pink, but we never ordered pink because there's so many different shades of pink. We ended up mixing that ourselves. They also had purple. It was amethyst, but it was kind of a muted purple. little leaning on the gray blue side of purple, not like a bright vibrant purple, but it was enough to where if you were making purple, it was a good base to start with so that you could like mix in more pink or blue as needed. Yeah. Oh, IRCA? I'll have to look them up. I haven't tried them before. I'm just using Satin Ice because that's the one that ships to my P.O. box. But I should try it. Okay, I need to just roll this out and just accept that's gonna have some lumpies in it. We just need a little piece anyway. So hopefully when we cut it, it's not super noticeable. I'm gonna know though, and it's gonna drive me crazy. But since this is not for a customer, I'm gonna let it go and just be okay with it. It's for vibes. You know, he's gotta have a little band to his helmet or else. Dropping it. Okay. I can't find my ribbon cutter. I was trying to find it before I got set up, so we're just gonna do it with a pizza cutter and just do it the old fashioned way. I like my little ribbon cutter because it's one of the ones that has, you know, 2 rotaries right next to each other and you can adjust the width. So you can make like little fondant ribbons from about yay big to about yay big in one smooth swiping motion. How thick is the band on his hat? Pretty thin, not too crazy. And then we need to make the one that goes over the top slightly wider. And then we'll build his headlamp. And then he will be completed pretty much. What did I forget? Oh, his pickaxe. I forgot we started to do his pickaxe. Oh, nice. Yeah, if it's a brand that's been around a while, I feel like that speaks for itself. If it's been around since 1919, they must be doing something right. So you would hope that there's a trade-off in the cost versus performance kind of thing. Same thing with the brand I was talking about earlier. That one was pretty pricey, but it was really nice to work with. Also, their product was always consistent. We had tried a different brand before that briefly, and like sometimes we would get it in like the top layer, even though it was in a container sealed up and in a bag within the container that was also sealed. It would arrive to us having like a dry section here or there, and we're like, you know. So we never had that problem with the other brand. Oh, nice. Best cookware. Ooh. Yeah, please do if you think of the name and Fistler. I'll look them up. I'll check them out. Sick. Thanks. I'm always excited for new recommendations. Cooking recommendations, but also like book and gaming recommendations. I have a running list of. I just realized his eyebrows are a little like he looks a little quizzical. Silly Resetti. Yeah, I have a running list of recommended books that I always keep on hand anytime. A friend of mine down the street, she's gonna move soon. I'm kind of sad. Actually, I'm quite sad, preemptively. But she is a big reader, and we were in the book club died, but we were in a book club together. And that got me back into reading in a big way. I feel like I had taken a break from it for some time and gotten back into it these past 2 years, which is good. Here we go. Oop, flipped it on the wrong side. See on the flippity flip. Okay. So yeah, even though the band of his hat isn't shiny like the rest of it, I think it's okay. It doesn't like throw me off too much, I feel like. Ooh, come back. There we go. Oh, I just put my thumb in the frosting. Are we surprised? No. Trying to be chit-chatting and multitasking and then sudden silence. Okay, there we go. That comes around the back, and then we need the one that goes over the top of the head where we will attach the headlamp. We can do hard things. Ooh, I'll add it to the list. No, I haven't read The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. You should. We can like trade off. Like you'll stream on some days and I'll just be peeping in the chat and then you can come on the days that I'm on. That would be fun. Then we could do what do you call it? Duos. Oh. Yeah, no kidding. I'm not joking. I haven't read it yet. Dude, I cry a lot in my old age. Like good stuff, bad stuff, all the stuff. It does smell really good in here. I thought I was getting the wrap it up symbol from my invisible assistant man, but he was going like this, like, it smells good. I thought he was going like, wrap it up, lady. Oh, he was like, It does smell very sweet in here with all this nonsense going on. Beep, boop, boop, boop. I guess we are getting close to wrapping it up. Yeah. I cry about good stuff, bad stuff. Sometimes if it's too late at night and I watch a particular cat video, I'm like, but he's so special. Yeah, no. And just other stuff, like I was getting with my family when I was in town, and just little things. I'm like, who am I? When did I become like this? I'm like, is it because I'm all jet lagged? I cried at the concert last week, the Lord of the Rings concert. To be fair though, that song at the end of the Lord of the Rings trilogy movies, the ones by Peter Jackson, that one gets me every time. I don't listen to it with any regularity because of that reason. Aw, that's really sweet. I mean, also, yeah, that's something to aspire to. Also, it's like, somebody was talking about this in relation to Americans specifically, but I feel like it's a general thing. Like, anytime you meet a new person, you're like, what do you do for work? I'm like, there's so much more to people than their careers. Why is that, you know? I mean, I guess it's good for small talk if you're getting to meet somebody, but like people are so much more than the work that they do. But that's how we introduce ourselves. Like your name, where you're from, what do you do? I'm like, this capitalist society in America, at least, what have they done to us? Yeah, be kind. I mean, be a doctor also, or astronaut, whatever you want to be, but also like, yeah, let's focus on important character traits, not just what do you do to make money to survive and sustain yourself. Sustain yourself. Aww. That's true too. Humans are supposed to be a community. You should be able to ask for help. Not to get too on my soapbox or whatever, but it's like, yeah, I feel like we're more isolated. Community isn't as much of a thing in some areas, not everywhere, in some areas. And I feel like asking for help is a big skill that you have to like get used to, because none of us are meant to be here alone. God, his little headlamp thing. I know my fingers are in the way, but if you can picture that, that's where it's gonna go. I'm gonna snip off the end so it's a flat surface so I can slap it on there. Tiny scissors. Tiny scissors. Yeah, that's true. I guess it does like tell you something about the person, but yeah. I think character is far more important than career choices. What do I know? Oh, snip it. Looks like a little mushroom right now, but we're about to flatten his cap. Just a little off the top, sir. Bop, boop. Now we need some food glue. And I'm gonna pop it on there. Thusly. Go get that profile. The man himself, Resetti. Just firmly shove it. Oh, don't twist it, Charles. Don't. Okay. Release. Yeah. Sick. Speaking of jobs, it's stuff like this, so I'm like, I'm still doing the right thing, I guess, because this is still very fun and enjoyable to me, every cake. Yeah, also depends on the overall goal. Here we go. I feel like a more apt question would be like, what drives you or what inspires you? Because that could pertain to work, but it could pertain to your personage as a whole also. Putting some food glue down in there. And then grab my little nubbin. I could have gone bigger. I like this light, but it could have been bigger even still. I guess I'll use the tweezers. This is never a good idea with this isomalt. It just wants to jump everywhere. But I don't know what the better way to do this would be currently, because my hands are too big to get it in there. Ta-da! It looks kind of shiny in the camera light. That's nice. It's like the moon. It has a glow of its own. It's reflecting the sun. Get in there, buddy. Boop. Oh, heck yeah. That's pretty satisfying. Look. Wait, is it gonna shine from here? Can I make it catch the light just so? Well, it is reflective. And that was the goal. There we go. Kind of catching the light. Looks shiny from that angle. Fun. Now he just needs the top of his axe, his pickaxe. Yeah. Reactions to stage questions. Yeah, even like nonverbal reactions to questions, like, you know, their physical cues and their mannerisms. Yeah, family, hobbies, and goals. That's solid. True. True. Your actions will betray you. Not betray you, but you'll always, you know, you can't fully hide, you know, behind your words. I feel like if you have a psychology background, it's very, or are you just like a people person? Because I feel like it's very astute observations, I feel. his eyebrows. They're killing me. Here we go. I'm filling him in a little bit. He's getting the works. Now that his hat's in place, I feel like I can play around with them more and know that they're not going to be goofed up. All right. So I just need to do his pickaxe. I'd be dumbfounded. I mean, try me. Is it just through observing people daily? I mean, living your life, I feel like you learn a lot. Okay, we're gonna place this right here. And I'll paint it silver since it's like blue right now. Not that it matters, it's kind of like a cartoony stand-in for the color silver, I guess. Swoop. Let's see if you can see what I'm doing. If I turn it this way. I think if I put some glue on the tip of the wood part and then just kind of nudge the back end of it into the buttercream down here, I think that'll be solid enough. Good enough for government work, as they say. Boop. Okay. Try to center it. And then use that buttercream for support. Yeah. Yeah. How fun. Okay, we're gonna paint that silver and then put the little wooden nubbin on the top, and I think Mr. Resetti is done. How exciting. His eyes are a little funky. I could have spent more time on his eyes, but I was at that stage where I'm like, okay, let's pick up the pace, and of course that's his most key feature. They gotta at least match. Before I cut into this man, I gotta do him justice, you know? Also, I will be taking a moment to get a photo of this man. So, before I slice into him, we're just gonna have to all be okay with that. Because I'm pretty happy with how he turned out, as this was just a design I decided on a whim to try to get into. Because I got really excited the other day at the idea of making them out of fondant, like miniatures. But I was like, I want to revisit the Animal Crossing theme since I didn't get to fully execute that idea the other day. They were taking a while, and also, like I said, they were hard to kind of see what I was working on in the moment. Oops. Oh, Twitch, okay. I gotcha. Twitch will ban you. Word. Yeah, people can do the hard things. I'm so excited. I'm definitely gonna add those to my list of books to read. I need a sentimental one would be fine. I just need something that's not super. Oh, did I mess it up? Am I doing too much? No, I think this looks better. His eyes were looking a little crooked or like off kilter, so I had to do him justice. My main man, Resetti. Alrighty. Yeah, I think that's better. They look more decisive, less wibbly wobbly. Okay, yeah, hang on. Also, they're a little bit bolder so you can see him better. Okay, pickaxe. Wow, I'll just keep going on a tangent. Oh, I get that feeling. Brain not braining. Yeah, being present. I know, like, people say that, but I feel like it's crucial. Growing up, I feel like I struggled a lot with social anxiety, and looking back, that really took me out of like the moment of just enjoying or experiencing whatever it was I was doing, because I was always like worried about how I was being perceived or something. And it's kind of tough to kind of shake yourself out of that mindset. I feel like I'm doing better at this age. But yeah, being present is really crucial. You only have one life to live, so it's important to be a part of your own life. You can't just let days pass you by. Be intentional, you know. Overanalyzing, that's a big one too. I feel like that might have been slightly apparent in some comments I make about, okay, just like leave it. And also when we were talking about revisiting old projects, I fear that I have the tendency to do with old art projects what I do with certain memories, where I'm like, oh, if I did that again, I would change this, or I could have done this better. I do that a lot in like conversation and interactions too, which I'm trying to train myself like to not do it. I'm like, hey, sometimes just take the interaction, the outing, the whatever it is at face value. You don't have to go back in your head and pick everything apart until you convince yourself that you didn't enjoy it or have a good time, or that it wasn't a meaningful experience. Getting off topic, ramble, but yeah. At a certain point, you just gotta stop caring about it. Easier said than done, but that is what it comes down to. It's just letting go a little bit of that part. Oh, a few months back. So this is all, yeah, probably a lot of stuff's probably falling into place if it's a recent, revelation. That being said, I feel like some people who like get officially diagnosed, you have your suspicions like along the way of what, is going on with you before that. So like, I'm sure a lot of this isn't totally out of the blue if this is a new thing for you. Is this the one? Yes, this one's open. I have a new one over there and I keep picking it up. I'm like, wait, where's the one that's already open? I need a little something to put my paint on. Here we go. Reaching. Pardon my reach. He said to nobody. Okay, that's enough. Actually, that was more than enough. Okay. Little paintbrush. That'll do. Give this a little makeover. Zhuzh it up a little. I don't even know how sparkly it's gonna come across on camera. It'll at least have a sheen to it, which will be nice. But just be reassured in person, it is making it look nice and fun. I think it'll show up on camera once I get the whole thing covered. Yeah, these are the Sweet Sticks brand edible paints. This is one of the metallic ones. They also have a variety of matte colors, and they have powders that you can like mix at your leisure into whatever food-based oil you want to do. I think they have their own mixing medium that you can buy on their website, but I just mix it with vegetable oil, like a little bit of vegetable oil, and it works. It like emulsifies and kind of gets the similar texture that you're looking for. So I don't know what their oil that the powders come that you can buy with the powders. I don't know what like base theirs is, but yeah. Oh, Vyvanse, nice, high functioning. Sorry, I'm a slow reader sometimes. Yeah, being like on a different level. So like you're going at this speed and then people around you are working on another speed and you're like, trying to suss out like where the distant difference is coming in. Ooh, Scrabble. I love Scrabble. My mom always wins. My mom and my dad are real Scrabble fiends also. They recently had, okay, I'm gonna try to multitask. I don't want to keep getting too distracted like a goofball. They recently had a significant, let's say, disagreements because my mom had played the word knifer, like knife with a R, as in somebody who knifes, and my dad was like, that is not a word. And he challenged it. They looked it up in the in the dictionary, and she scored points for it because they considered it a word, like one who knifes, evidently. He said, and he like went off and was like, I'm just gonna add an R to any old noun now if that's how we're playing this game. Just being real goofy and acting like he was all huffed up or huffy and puffy about it. So that's come up like in other instances when they've played Scrabble since then. Like he'll mutter it under his breath, like, yeah, knifer, whatever you say. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, putting the top on. So it looks like the handle is coming through the top of the axe like you do. And is he done? I think he's finished. Did I forget anything I wanted to do? Oh, I gotta fix up his sleeves. That was the last thing. I left like a gap behind his sleeves, and then I need to just do that, and then he is gonna look more polished and complete. Oh, I missed a couple of comments. Hang on one second, and I'm catching up. Oh yeah, I don't even know like what my average Scrabble score would be. Yeah, my mom's next level. She's pretty good. Yeah, it's legit. The old knifer. Yeah, you gotta do what you do. You've got to do what you've got to do when you're in the heat of a Scrabble game. No, I feel like if you do anything with a regularity, you should know where you're at. You know, like people who are like, yeah, my best bowling game is this. I'm like, yeah, you must actually be pretty good at bowling then. Oh. My dad is really good at Trivial Pursuit. So is my younger sister, my very youngest sister. She's amazing at Trivial Pursuit. It's not my strong suit. I'm all right. I struggle in the sports section, that's for sure. What is it? Sports and leisure or whatever the orange category is. I think it's the orange one. Here we go. Yeah, if you like play a set over and over again to where you're like, I know that one. You know. Yeah. Do you get on like the crafting section of Twitch a lot, or how did you find the channel originally? Since this is all new, I was just curious how you ended up finding this little nugget of Twitch that I'm over here on. Yes, counting cards of family games. We were a big, me and my family, we were a big like board game kind of family growing up. The one that we really liked to play that was like a family classic was Rummy Royal. I don't know if you've heard of that one. You play it with a deck of cards and then this like big, we had like a big board that you play it on, or it's like a paper fold out board that you play it on. And it's like a combination of like a 5-hand poker game, and then also the other part of it, like you do that and there's some betting involved, and then there's also like a thing where you go around and like everybody's trying to get rid of their cards in a certain way. It's fun. It was fun. We would play it with just like fake poker chips, or if my grandma would come over, we would play it with pennies, and then, you know, the winner would make a couple dollars. When we were really young, the pennies were always funded by parentals, by the parents and my grandma. It's a good one. My grandma was also, she was the one who taught us to play poker when I was younger. And she also was really good at spoons. She would not hold back in spoons. She would, you know, claw your hand off if you were grabbing like, at the spoons at the same time. Those are some of my best memories of her. The nights, like, it would just be us and her, like if she came over to babysit on the odd occasion when we were younger. And we play some board games and watch musicals sometime. She liked Barbara Streisand, so we watch like Funny Girl and what's the one? Hello Dolly. Watch that with her. Funny Girl was really good. We'd also watch a lot of Food Network together. She liked the Food Network. Oh yeah. Okay, so I thought you were in here after she popped in. I didn't realize till after I logged off, because I had multi-streaming where like the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat were all on one page in front of me. I didn't realize, I didn't get like the specific notification that I was being raided, and then I looked after and I was like, oh, that's where all those people came from at one time. Like I should have like assumed it, but today and from now on, I'm gonna have a specific, like I have my little iPad over here set up so that I can look at Twitch specific stuff over here, and if I need to like type anything in chat, I can. Dang it, I missed it. I looked her up afterwards. I was like, oh, she's like on Twitch too. I was like, oh. Also, I was like, how do you say it? Boozy? Bucky? And she's like, Bucci, like Gucci. I'm like, duh. That's really sweet that she supports other newcomers. That's pretty cool. Yeah, sometimes you have to be, I was just reading your past comment, you have to be intentional about your game choice depending on the crowd, you know, like make it an even playing field. Monopoly takes so long though. Monopoly games could last forever. My brother went through a phase where he wanted to play like Monopoly and Risk a lot with us. But like me and my younger sisters, we were significantly younger than him at the time, so he, you know, had a leg up on us, I would say. Okay, I'm just finishing up his sleeve on this side. I'll check out his other sleeve and then... Ooh, I love Pictionary. I've always liked to doodle, so Pictionary is really fun. Not the simpler half of the household. Oh. Yeah, I feel like once we were in like our tweeny teen ages, like things got pretty competitive with certain family games. Yeah, it was the first day. I was like, okay, hopefully she wasn't offended that I didn't say like, thank you for the raid and stuff. Because I was like, that's really cool. And then after the fact, I was kicking myself being like, oh man, I should have. But yeah. But then I was also like, people will probably be understanding if I'm like, first day, figuring stuff out. And hopefully this kind of stuff would go. Oh yeah, for the 6-tier cake. Hopefully, yeah, some of that stuff will go smoother as I get the hang of it. So that'll be good. Oh my gosh, it's a serious game of Monopoly if you've got a calculator. AAA games that are coming out and make cakes of the main characters all day on the game. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I should see what release is coming out soon, and then it'll kind of like be simultaneously like while, you know, like people are actually playing the game, they can swap off and be like seeing what's happening over here. That's a good idea. I should do that for sure. Can you see what's coming out soon? I guess I don't have to do that now. I'm just gonna be like looking on my phone while we're all just hanging out. I'll look that up after and see what's coming out. Upcoming, rather. Yeah, so we fixed his sleeve on that side. Like I made a little cuff to it. So I guess I'll just make the cuff to match on the other side. And Mr. Resetti, I think he is ready. I think he's, you know, good to go. This tiny tip is bothering me though. I should have switched. I was about to say swapped and switched. I was about to say swipped. I should have swapped to this bigger one a minute ago instead of just carrying on with the little one. Yeah, that's genius. We're definitely gonna have to do that. I feel like that would be a great idea. Oh, that was when you were 11 and your mom's like, that's pretty hilarious. She's like, I need my children to get on my level. And be real serious about this whole Monopoly thing. I feel like you definitely have to like be sure everybody's in the main same mindset when you go into a, what do you call it? When you go into a board game situation, especially if it's like a team game like Cranium. It's like, okay, we can't be, you know, phoning it in. Reputations are on the line. Cranium was a good one. Yeah, so I was talking earlier about the stream schedule. I'm thinking Monday, Friday my time, so Korea time, and then we're only a couple hours apart Australia time, so and then in the US that would be Thursday evening, Sunday evening. I think that's for the time being, like the time I'm gonna start streaming regularly. And then I might also do semi-regularly do like a Saturday or Sunday morning stream my time, which would be an evening stream, generally US time. And then we're kind of on the similar schedule, I guess. We're only 2 hours apart, I think we discovered. Yeah, and some weekends too. I'm gonna kind of pepper in the weekend streams and hopefully like plan them ahead of time to where I have a chance to put like the heads up notification, you know, that it's upcoming, like an upcoming stream. That's the word I'm looking for, not a heads up, an upcoming. But yeah, I think we'll try that out and see how things go. And then adjust as needed. I was surprised that people actually watched the stream after it went off like yesterday. I like really wasn't expecting anybody to click on it after it was posted, but there's actually some people watching it, which is cool. I didn't know what to expect for like after we weren't live. Okay, we fixed his sleeves and gave them little outlines. I think we're just gonna admire him for a moment and then we're gonna cut into him. There you go. Yeah, it has come to light in young adulthood that my brother was cheating sometimes when we were playing games together as a family. And my sister, who's just older than me, she always suspected it, but like my brother was adamant at the time. I think he's put those ways behind him. He's kind of he's a more stand-up guy now. I feel like he has to be because he also he likes to compete. I don't know how much competing he's done lately. I think some locally. He likes to do Magic the Gathering and stuff like that. So. Oh yeah, it's a slice of cake with strawberries. It kind of looks like eyeballs though. Like it could be like something different. Yeah. Not the sneaky 500s. Did y'all play the free parking rule where like if you land on free parking you get the money in the center for like the taxes? Like anytime you had to do a community chest card or the income tax, we would put it in the center. Then you get that money for free parking. I feel like some people did that and some people didn't, but it was like a nice little bonus thing. Yeah, because my head's right in front of it. But it's a little slice of cake. I want to get one that's like my actual little logo design, or hang up the thing that I commissioned my sister to make because she did a pretty good job on it. So I want it. I've used it as like a backdrop for taking pictures of cakes in the past, but yeah. Yeah, so the reason I'm trying to like firm up the schedule is I'm gonna start art classes on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's actually a tattoo program, so we'll see how that goes. I've never dabbled in tattoo, but there is a program in Seoul, like an academy, and so I am going to try my hand at it and see how that goes. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm supposed to do my first day, not this upcoming week, but the following week, and yeah, I'm excited. I'm a little nervous because, like, I don't know, new things are a little nerve-wracking sometimes, but I went up there for a little consultation and talked to one of the academy administrators, and I'm gonna try my hand at it and see how it goes. Oh yeah, I can zoom in. Hang on, here he comes, and we can do a gentle slow roll of all his various glorious angles. That's a little better. I'm gonna scoot him up a little bit. Scooting. Thanks. I like the dirt a lot too. I feel like the different textures really brought a little something to him. Yeah, also if we zoom in, maybe you can see the very slight indication of a wood grain texture on the handle that I spent too long on. I mean, it wasn't forever, but I was just mashing fondant over here for a hot minute. I was like, okay, hurry, Chelsea, you gotta move on to the next thing. I don't want to bore people. Yeah, he's cute. I'm pretty excited with how he turned out. I was surprised though because I don't have an array of like oil-based food colorings, which is usually what you would use for like chocolate. And this is like a little white chocolate thing. I melted down the chips or the pucks and then mixed in the yellow food coloring. I only have gel food coloring, and I always thought mixing those two together it was gonna like separate and look granular and stuff because it's like a water-based thing mixing with the oil thing, but it actually worked. So like maybe if you had to mix a really dark color, it wouldn't work, but that's good to know because for other custom cake orders that I've had for something with a chocolate element, I was always making sure specifically to go out and get a oil-based coloring for the chocolate component. But now, at least for, you know, a color that isn't super pigmented, I know I can get away with mixing the gel food coloring in, so that's pretty exciting. Yeah, I'm excited about his hat. I'm hoping that the light will still catch a little bit at this angle so you can sort of see that the light's shiny. Once we get real serious, I should start getting, yeah, I should get an LED and put it in there. I should get like a, one of those like teeny tiny LEDs and mount it in behind the isomalt for a real cool effect. I have to plan ahead and do some shopping around. I think I have, no, all the little lights I have right now are string lights, so not gonna happen. Photos. Let's see. What will the next cake be? That is a good question. I kind of decided him on a whim, but what theme should we do? Earlier I was talking about I do want to do a couple like heart-shaped Valentine's designs. Those will be like a little more generic though. Oh, I did, yeah, like a rhinestone. It has a, sorry, I got real sidetracked. The mold that I have, they're like little gemstone shapes, so they have little faces to them, so I thought that would, and what I mean by that is like the shapes aren't like rounded out, they're cut kind of like how a gemstone would have different angled faces to it. So I thought maybe if I pop that in there at some point it would catch the light. For Valentine's Day, I was thinking we could make a, ooh, Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, that would be cute. That would be cute. Maybe we'll do, yes, cut faces. That's what I was thinking of. For Valentine's Day, I was thinking maybe we could do like a heart piece inspired design from Zelda and like make a little heart piece kind of cake. I have, like, I can make a heart-shaped cake, and then I can make like a pane of sugar that we could lay on top of the buttercream or fondant or whatever so that it glistens and looks like a glass thing. I don't know. Oh, that's like next level, having him with an open mouth pose for Stitch instead of a closed mouth. That would be cool. Stitch would be cute. We should do a Stitch. I'm like, will we do him buttercream or fondant? I'm gonna look up a picture of him real quick and maybe we could plan that for a future stream. But yeah, we'll definitely be doing something Valentine's-y coming up because I want to do a little promo on the base Facebook page. So I'm gonna make a couple designs I think that people can choose of like a pre-designed cake and then see if I get some orders because that would be cool. Stitch would be cute. Oh, since it's cakes, I should do there's the one scene where Lilo and Stitch go to the restaurant where her big sister works and he like eats the cake and then he like regurgitates it. If his mouth is gonna be open, like yawning anyway, we should put the little slice of cake inside his mouth after he like spits it back out or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, the new Resident Evil. I need to watch like some trailers and see what we can make inspired by that. That would be sick. February 27th. Okay, we're definitely gonna have to do that. And it's a Friday. Sick. Yeah, we should totally do a Resident Evil cake. I'm gonna have to do some snooping and see what I can find like from the new game ahead of time. If there's something I can like, ooh, that looks cool, and plan it. Or something like that. That would be really cool. I have done exactly one mirror glaze cake and it turned out all right. Mirror glaze would be cool. Those are some skills that I'd like to get better at. I also want to do, one time in the future, I've seen it, people do it a lot on the Is It Cake show, but the trick where you make like a gelatin sheet and then use it as like a realistic looking plastic wrap or reflective surface on something, that's a cool technique I've been wanting to try out, and I already have gelatin from something else I did. That's a cool technique I want to do. Oh, cute! The mirror glaze heart looks really nice. Ooh, maybe we should do that. I have gelatin. I have white chocolate. I'm trying to think what else they use for mirror glazes usually. That would be fun. Also, that would be a cool reveal. I should get, I keep thinking of stuff that I should get and bring back here so I can do more stuff at the desk. I was like, I should get, ooh, that second photo is really cute too. The one that's more like a teardrop heart shape with the, is that dried florals on it? That's really cute too. Mirror glaze would be nice. Plus that's a fun skill I should try. That would be really fun. Maybe we'll do some mirror glaze on stream. It's very inviting, like very luscious, and like people always talk about you eat with your eyes first. Something so like shiny like that makes you just want to like get in it and also like see how your spoon interacts with the surface. I feel like that's the main reason creme brulee has been so popular for so long, is people just like busting into it with their spoon. Yeah, I want to get in there. Yeah, a nice really deep red color for the second one. We should probably do that because, so the little promo thing I want to do for on base is like I want to make a bunch of little conversation hearts, and then people could pick what message they want on it, but kind of keep it simple. So if I get a bunch of orders, I can kind of streamline it and just make a bunch at one time. But in the same vein, I was thinking like I have to make like a demo to just take pictures of, but then I could like scrape it off and do whatever I want with it afterwards on stream. So we could mirror glaze it or do some vintage piping or something like that. That would be cool. Maybe we'll do a mirror glaze. That'd be fun. It might get a little, pardon me, I had a throat gurgle. Yeah. I'll have to get a little tray set up back here so I don't just like pour mirror glaze all over the desk. Yeah. Creme brulee is satisfying. 12 options and produce and say 12 options on a base. Oh. Oh, you mean like produce available like at a commissary? Yeah, there's not usually a lot typically. Do you guys watch Bucci pretty regularly? Does she stream like at a consistent time with her schedule? I was like looking at her page some last night and I was like, oh, she streams a lot. That's cool. Just gotta have consistency. It's nice. You've done 3? Yeah, I've done like the ganache, when you get the ganache really glossy, pour that over top. And I did one other mirror glaze situation, but if I remember correctly, it didn't turn out so hot. So that would be a good skill to practice, I think. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, messy work. And it's also like you have one go at it, and then if not, you're gonna have to like scrape it all off and then mix it again. And you know, mix a new batch and try pouring it again. Meanwhile, it's like while you're doing that, you're like, okay, I gotta get the, depending on if it's like a buttercream cake or like a molded entremet mousse or something, you're like, okay, I gotta like freeze it again and get it the right temperature, or like chill it. Or if it's a buttercream cake and like, you're like, okay, I gotta sharpen up the edges again or something. Yeah. Yeah, one and done. Like, the temperature differences are killer. Ugh, that's why I don't like cake pops. I know people like think cake pops are so cute and it's a fun like accent if you're doing like a dessert table for a fancy birthday party or something. But cake pops are so annoying. It's like you gotta get the chocolate the right temperature, and then the cake pop has to be the right temperature, or else the chocolate's gonna crack, or it's gonna be clumpy, or it's gonna set too quickly. I don't do cake pops. Sorry. Yeah, one tint where you're not mixing together like different colors of mirror glaze. Yeah. It's crazy. It's like people who do like acrylic dipping and things like that, or you do like an acrylic dip technique for like fingernails, where you spend all the time getting your colors and layering them, and then you just got one go at it, and then that's it. Yeah, that's a fair sentiment. K-pops are the worst. Sorry, I just saw your previous message. Yeah. No, they're so bad. Like, they're so bad. One of the cake places I worked at, there was one woman who worked there, and that was like her specialty. Anytime we got a cake pop order, luckily it was like, okay, Alma, your turn, you do it. So luckily I haven't really had to do them so many times in my professional life, because they're just so time consuming, and they're really cute. Like when people make fun like animal shaped ones, and you're like, oh look, it's a little penguin on a cake pop. I'm like, I love it aesthetically, but I hate it from a practical point of view. Yeah. Every wasp. Yeah. I guess we should cut this bad boy. I'm gonna pop around and get a quick photo with my phone. I could probably just get like a screen grab of him later also, which is fine. But I'm gonna be a little self-indulgent real quick and get a photo. Wait, I want the light to hit him nicely. One moment, please. Buffering. But then I need to like be where I'm not gonna put like my camera shadow on him. That's all right. Oh, somebody's getting a picture of him for me. Wow, thanks, friend. Thanks. Appreciate you. Just wandered in at just the right time. Thanks. Also, your camera's pretty solid on your phone, so nice. Is his face lit okay at this angle? Yeah. I am about to cut him. We're about to chop into my dear Resetti. I just wanted to give him enough, you know, airtime, you know, on display while we're chit-chatting though. Yeah, we need to get an Animal Crossing shovel or net and bonk him with it. Yeah, is there anything else silly we should do with him before we cut it? I was about to say like pitfall, but he's already in the ground. I was like, we could put like a pitfall next to him, but he's already halfway submerged. He's pretty cute. And then at one point, I feel like he had a companion, like his cousin or something was in one of the games. I might be imagining that, but I feel like there was another mole that showed up at one point. Don't hurt him. Just like stick my hand in him like a toddler and go mar 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 mar. Just like hands behind the back, like full send. That would be insane. He's quite large. I would have to start scaling down. But yeah, just come and roll it. Hiya. Yeah, let me just unhinge my jaw real quick and like. Wow, look at his striking profile. I kind of like that the texture in the buttercream kind of looks like how some of the characters are rendered in like older games, where they're a little bit polyagonal, like a polygon is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna cut it. Exactly, birthday cake smash. We should do that one time. My skin won't thank me for all the buttercream. Wait. Oh, he's off camera somewhere. He will get to enjoy some later, but he has asserted that he will not appear on camera. He's gonna definitely have to help me eat this, because I'm not gonna eat it all by myself. Like I could, but he already expressed some interest when I was cutting into the chocolate. Like the chocolate cake layers. That would be kind of funny, like to have like a photo series of just like deranged lady with cake all over her face. And then just like at the end of the year do like a look back with them all cut together. I'm pretty sure I would just immediately choke on his helmet on the white chocolate on the top. That's like not the softest bit. Is it being modded? Oh yeah, you're right. Smash. I don't know. I can allow it though. Cake smash, why is that? I'm like, does that mean something I don't know about? That's cool though. I'm getting a hang of these right? That's just making me curious and want to know why they're upset about it. Cake face! Cake face returns. Cake face 2, the return of cake face. Oh yeah. I don't know why it's doing that. It's really funny. You just like slap the elbow and like come in off screen from nowhere. Oh, the laundry would be a nightmare. All the food coloring. That's what I'm thinking about is when you know, give a baby a miniature cake and then, so like what could be nefarious or flagged about that term? It must be something. I mean, I know that like a cake can refer to like a juicy booty, but I don't know why, you know, like when somebody's caked up or whatever, but I don't know. Yeah, which football team is it that like jumps on tables? Yeah, legitimately. I mean, this table's pretty sturdy. It might survive a few rounds. You just have to get some backup tables or break away like stuntman furniture. Yeah, like literally one of them where you're just dropping straight down from the ceiling. It's like, how'd you even get up there? He was just pantomiming off stream like a giant fist. He's like, I'm gonna reach over the camera and smash him. Just Hulk smash poor Resetti. He's finally getting his comeuppance for bullying children all those years ago. Yeah, I'm like, there is a little ledge at the top of the ceiling. Just like, hang on there like Spider-Man and then... Oh, no! I'm knocking things over. He does smell pretty delicious and chocolatey. I feel like I need to like heat up a knife because I'm probably gonna have to cut him at an angle because this is, I didn't make a hollow helmet. This is just like a solid half circle of white chocolate. I was just like, you know the thing where people like put the chocolate in the mold and then they dump it out so it's just like a thin coating. Nah, I didn't do that this time. I just filled it all the way to the top and then sort of leveled the top off so it's like a solid white chocolate dome. I was gonna say we might have just decided it. We're just gonna start. I'm gonna have to get one of those like ponchos, like a plastic poncho. Just get on, and I can wash it off and reuse it. So I don't ruin my hoodie, my pastel hoodie. Also, why did you wear pastel sleeves when you're working with food coloring? What a silly goose. Off screen, he said we're gonna have to We're gonna have to set goals to warrant destroying entire tables. Oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure my landlord would kill me. We would have to take them outside if we're gonna start blowing them up. That would be sick. I would have to plaster all the walls in like tarps. Like it would just be wall to wall tarp in here and then lighting. No, my landlord lives downstairs. He would come up here, knock, and be like, what the hell are you doing in my apartment? Are we allowed to swear on Twitch? Oh wait, I missed one. Scrolling backwards for a second. Yes, okay, got it. Yeah, it will look like a suspicious setup in here with all the plastic drop cloths. Like, what are you doing in here? My cakes are bomb. I feel like he would just stare at me blankly because, I mean, he speaks English, but I don't know if he appreciates the nuances of slang and colloquialisms. Cake explosion. TM, TM, TM. Yeah. We should do cake smash though. I'm just hearing the funeral dirge in my head. He's already 3 feet under, but he's about to be 6 feet under. He's not 3 feet. His legs are like this in the new character model. Wow, thanks. Sometimes she has a vocabulary, and other times she struggles for the simplest words. I still can't think what you call the fasteners on overalls. I'm gonna have to look that up later. It's like whenever, like the little bits on shoes, like this, everything has a specific name. Like the eye holes for shoes are aglets, and then, or eyelets, and then the little nubbins on the ends of your shoelaces are aglets, eyelets and aglets. I'm like, these little doolollies, his little overall brackets, they have to have a particular name. Little fasteners, little button latch thingamabobbies. Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that word has come up a lot for some reason. Yeah, buckles. Buckles. That is a more appropriate term, but it didn't occur to me. I just realized I didn't bring a big old knife back here. I have a tiny paring knife. I might have to run and get like one of my chef knives, like kitchen knives. Am I gonna get flagged if I'm just like pantomiming stabbing my boy? I don't want to stab him. My husband off screen was just miming like go psycho on him. I'm like, no. There is a, I think I mentioned this the other day, that, and I found it after we talked about it. It's on the Instagram. Oh, yeah. We should get a sledgehammer and pop it. And then I should like engrave or like wood burn something into the handle of it. Like, official cake smasher TM. Just come in like what's his name, Galler with all the watermelons or whatever. Dungaree clips. See? Dungarees, overalls, coveralls. Yeah. Dungarees is such a cuter word than overalls. I don't know why. It just sounds more cutesy. Like wellies instead of like rain boots. We say rain boots, but like other people are like my wellies, my Wellingtons, my galoshes. Yeah, do the emblem on the cake. I feel like if we get more people in the chat, people will gonna be like, are you even gonna eat that cake that you just smashed? I'm like, yeah, someone will eat it. I'm not above eating a mushed up cake. That's what so I was making different cakes for my like edited YouTube videos and stuff, and for a couple of the videos I like did a segment at the end where I cut it open and did the reveal, and then up until that point I was sending the cakes to my husband's office with him for everybody to eat. He just plops it in the break room usually, and it's gone by the end of the day, which I'm like sick. But like one of the cakes I had like manhandled at the end of the video, so like I'm like, oh, this doesn't look nice. I don't want to like send it in there like, what is this? It's like all chopped up and stuff. But then I got reprimanded after apparently a couple of his coworkers were like, we don't care what it looks like. I don't care if it's in a pile. We'll eat it. I'm like, okay. I mean, that works out better for me. So it always has a home to go to. I know it's gonna get eaten if I'm not in the mood for cake. Also, it's just the two of us here, so like if I make like a bigger thing like I had done, I did like a clicker head, and I did Adam Scott's head from Severance or whatever. He looked a little mushy and melty after looking back at it. Anyway, but when I do bigger stuff, I'm like, there's no way we're gonna eat all this cake in time. Like I gotta find people to parcel it out to, which is cool because I have like 2 neighbors down the street, and then I have a neighbor with like 2 kids down the street too, so usually I'll like cut them up a slice and it all gets eaten, but it's like more of a chore when I'm like, I gotta figure out people to deal this out to. Oh, wellies. Sorry, I just saw the willies, like, ooh, you got the willies, or other things for willies. No, like wellies, like Wellingtons. Yeah. Yeah. Smash it and then turn to cam. We'll have to figure it out. I kind of want it to be like a comically, like, you know, like how like normal sledgehammers, it's like a long handle and then the head of the hammer. I kind of want like a little, like a Kirby hammer, like where it's like a big, like oversized mallet head and then like a little, and then also if the mallet's like this huge, there'll be more real estate for decorations and names and things. Yeah, I also like don't love eating fondant. I feel like that's bad of me to say, but like it's too sweet for my taste. I like if it's a nice thin application and depending on the cake flavor, it can work well or whatever, but it's not really for me. Even like with brands that I like the flavor of, I'm just like, it's a little overkill sometimes. Even if you like get it to a nice thinness, like what you want to do, you don't want to just like flop a carpet this thick on your cake. Like it's good to have it balanced out. But in general, I don't love the flavor of fondant. I'm also like not a big white chocolate person. I love dark chocolate and milk chocolate, but stuff like that where it's just like a one note sort of sweetness, I like it as like an accent to things. Like, I don't know, white chocolate and raspberry, that goes really well together, but like I need like a foil to the flavor, like something to balance it out. Yeah. Not the diabetes. I'm Walter Brimley. Yeah. The mallet head has the logo. It is sickly after one bite. And I'm like never offended when people pick it off either. Or if people don't like eat all the buttercream, I'm like, man, I get it. I'm here for like the cake and the filling mostly too. I like buttercream a lot more than fondant though. But like, back in the day when I lived at home with all my siblings, that competition I was talking about earlier, the thread cakes competition, I made, this was my first, I think I still have pictures, I'll have to hunt around and see if I have them. It's my first like ever trying to make a 3D cake, and I was really shooting for the moon because it was a T-Rex. So it was a very top heavy, big old head on a body. And I didn't know anything about like how to make an armature, like wire and foil and supporting stuff. At that time, I was just like, yes, cake and then more cake, and then gravity's not gonna have any effect on me, right? So it wasn't like great. It did not turn out super good, but my younger sisters were thrilled because I cut it into different chunks and we popped it in the freezer. At the time, my family had like a chest freezer because there were 7 of us, like it's a big family. pop that in the freezer, and then my 2 younger sisters were thrilled. They would go and get a chunk of cake from the freezer with fondant on it and just like eat it. And like me and my mom were like, you're not even gonna wait for it to thaw? And my sister's like, no, it's better when it's frozen. And just blue like fondant melting all over her face. I love triple chocolate cookies. Yeah, I do like a underbaked cookie where like just the outside has enough time to caramelize and then it's still chewy in the middle. Oh, so good. Yeah, and there's certain foods that are just like that for me, like especially seasonal foods like candy corn. I'm usually good for like a couple pieces a year and that's it. It's not something I'm like, yeah, let me just keep eating candy corn. Eggnog, I feel like I'm the same way with eggnog. I'm like, yeah, give me like a sip and I'm like, yay, fun. I like the flavor, but I don't want like a whole big glass of eggnog. I'm like, it's so sweet. It's just like drinking custard. Yeah. I guess, Resetti, your time has come to an end. While we don't have a sledgehammer, I am gonna grab a big knife real quick. Biggest one you got, chef's knife. Thank you. He's mouthing off camera. He said, which knife? And I'm like, whichever one. Yes, let's make his outsides, or I did it backwards, let's say. His insides are about to be his outsides. I'm like, some of the stuff I'm saying is more concerning than like stuff that was typed in the chat. I'm like, am I gonna get flagged for talking about stabbing? It's fine. It's all good. I know it's more like stuff gets flagged for like copyright, like audio and stuff like that. No, they're cake. Thank you. Oh, don't stab me. We got a knife, friends. It's happening. If I was feeling real froggy, we could like heat up the knife and cut through his helmet, but I think we're gonna kind of bypass the helmet in this instance for funsies. Like he's not reading the chat right now. All right, Resetti, we ready? Ready, Resetti, go. Gotta assume the position. Prepare. Let's give him one more little look around. Let's like start playing QVC music in the background. Do y'all have the QVC in Australia or something like it? Like those channels that sell jewelry to old people and other stuff, and they're always like, look at this, this is a great product. Send us all your money in 4 payments of $99.99. Basically like a channel just full of infomercials. All right, friend, it's time to say goodbye to our dear Resetti. Hang on. For the laughs. One moment, please. Stand by. Poor fellow. He's crying. Yeah, I know it's time to call it quits because my buttercream's so cold because of the AC. It's starting to get like a funky texture to it. Farewell, Resetti. Say bye. It's time. Thanks for hanging out, guys. All right, his final moments. Okay, let's come in with the diagonal slice. I guess I could just knock his cap off. R.I.P. Resetti. Front waist, sideways, front waist, sideways. Right down the middle. Bisected. It's sad. We barely knew ye. Wah, wah, wah. There it goes. Oh, I forgot I put a little skewer in him. I'm glad I missed it by an inch. He does smell really good. It smells real chocolatey now that he's busted open. Yum. I gotta eat some dinner and then I will be having some cake tonight actually. I'll allow it. I haven't eaten a lot of sweets yet recently, so I feel like I can get away with it. Yum. Do, 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 do. My boy. Sad friend. Well, thanks for tuning in. Perfect butt. But what? I can't leave until I know. Oh, perfect cut. Gotcha. I thought you were about to say perfect, but you forgot to do something. I was about to be like, well, he's dead now. R.I.P. Thanks for hanging out, friends. This was really fun. Thanks for chatting and hanging out with Resetti while he met his doom. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna try to, I keep saying we, but I'm gonna try to keep a consistent schedule, so I'll see you guys back. What's today? Today is Sunday my time, so I guess tomorrow I'll be back. Monday. Yeah, I'm gonna do Mondays and Fridays. Yeah. Oh, so like US time, it would be, wait, Mondays and Fridays. Yeah, Sunday and Thursday US time. Yeah. Okay, anyway, sorry, my brain just stopped working for a second. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. I still gotta decide what we're working on tomorrow, like what I got in store. Maybe Stitch, maybe heart cakes, we'll find out. Bye friends, thanks for hanging out.